Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, no matter where you are, what time zone you are in. It is time for one thing, and that is PBE Baseball, specifically the semifinal stream for Season 33. Welcome, one and all. I am your host for tonight, AJ887, and I am joined in the booth by the wonderful, returning from hiatus, Blow Pop. Blow Pop, how are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. I have emerged from my cage. I've finally been let out into the sunlight just in time for one of the most interesting playoff streams that can happen, ranging somewhere between 4 games that we will watch on camera and 16. So we have an undetermined amount of baseball that we will watch today,
God, I
but it
hope
should be a
it's
good time.
I hope it's not 16. As much as I love PBE baseball, I would like to get to sleep at a reasonable time.
Yes.
But I hope we get some good games though. And I'm sure we will with these semifinal streams. But yeah, we are ready to get on into it. Before we do begin, I want to first off thank BTS and Sarah for subscribing to the PBE channel. Thank you very much, both of you. We were close to a hype train, but didn't quite get there. It looks like a lot of people in the chat are already subbed. So no hype train, but hopefully we'll get one as the stream goes on. We're up to 45 viewers so far. Hopefully that number continues to climb as we to go through the semifinals. Hopefully they will not go 18 innings, Attica. I,
Oh,
I pray for 18 inning games uh, on any stream that is not my own.
yes. Yes. I pray for an 18 inning box score, is what I pray.
Yeah. If it's the first couple of games, totally go 18 innings. I would love to see that. Go 20 innings, as long as we're not streaming the 18 or 20 inning game. But we are about ready to get on into it. So this is September 23rd. This is where we left off with the quarterfinal matchups with Providence, San Antonio, Seattle, and Death Valley advancing to the semifinals. And then in the minors, there were no games because all the series had already been completed. But looking at the schedule, the series for the minor league games starts tomorrow, and the series for the major league games hasn't shown up, but it will once I hit advance. So we're going to go ahead and finish off today, and then we should be able to get an idea about where the majors series are headed here. Okay, so no games on the first day, but then it starts up. Good. So for those who may be unfamiliar with how we do playoff streams around here in the PB, we are going to be quick simming every game up until it's every game in the series until it is an elimination game. If your team has the chance to either clinch a spot in the World Series or get knocked out, we will be streaming that game, no matter what. We will be streaming that game. If there is no chance of your team or the other team advancing or being knocked out, we are going to quick sim it just for the speed of the stream. So as I mentioned, no majors games. We are going to be starting off with the minors. We got the Anchorage Wheelers, California Firehawks, and the Kansas City Hepcats versus the Chicago Kingpins. Taking a look real quick at the lineups. We'll do a quick lineup preview of both games, and then we will quick sim them both one at a time, and go over the box scores. Let's see. So Anchorage versus California. The season 32 minor league World Series teams clash once again, as Anchorage has advanced to face the Firehawks yet again. The second seed Firehawks, with the home field advantage, boast a 65 and 43 602% record and place first in their division, earning that first round bye. The Firehawks performed better on the road this season, going 34 and 20 as opposed to home going 31 and 23. The third seed Wheelers, who had to fight to get to this position, had an even 54 and 54 500% record, along with identical home road splits at 27 wins and 27 losses, both at home and on the road. In 12 head-to-head matchups this year, California has claimed the higher ground by attaining a 7-5 record against Anchorage. And looking at these two teams, based on the head-to-head matchups, it's looking like the higher seed California is pretty heavily favored by the sim, with only Neskind at the top of the order having the advantage over Wilkins McClobber, and then ties in the 2 and 5 position. Are there any players that you're going to be looking out for, Blowpop, during this series that will be streaming some of the games for a little bit later on?
Well, I think you kind of touched on it. Neskine being the only straight up advantage that Anchors has. If Nest can have good starts to the game, set the tone, that might be a big benefit. And then, especially at the 9 hole, has the biggest disparity. We have a 29 overall against a 40 overall. And Kinsey's Ziz is also, fun fact, the reason proper nouns are banned in Scrabble.
Caught me off guard with that one, but so that yeah, the only other one that I'm kind of looking at is Arthur Morgan with a 331 average. Well, Rusty Salmon Arms had the best average on the team, but second best is Arthur Morgan in that cleanup position with that 908 OPS, best on the team.
Hmm.
So look for him to be a big hitter, especially off of Joey, where he seems to favor hitting off of him. Okay, 286, 6 for 21, not too bad. And on the Anchorage side, you've got Neskind again, who's hitting 381 against Jethro Tull, so that may be another batter that is going to be getting on base often a lot, kind of setting the table for the rest of the Wheelers lineup.
Right.
Um, so taking a look over at the Kansas City Hepcats versus the Chicago Kingpins game, the first game of the series. This one seems to be a little more split on the head-to-heads, but not by too much. Kingpins do still seem to have the favored edge in the sim with these higher ratings for some of their players, especially down in the lower end of the order and the pitching. Hepcat's got some in the heart of the order though, so might be hitting some of these cleanup hitters and five hitters might be uh, putting in some work for the Kansas City Hepcats. Lay Long Pipe and Deegan Beckendam. Anyone here that you're keeping an eye on, Blow Pop?
Well, I'm definitely biased because the Kansas City Hepcats are my team for this final year of my tenure as the co-GM. But Pico Bear and just our pitching staff in general is very solid all year. So I think our pitching has done a good job of keeping us in the mix. I think without them being as good as they were, that probably would not have led us to an exciting game 109 like we had.
Yeah. I do want to say that was quite the insanity of the 109 110 games that happened at the end of the regular season. Um, some notes from the stat
Yeah.
team. Oh, sorry. Go on. Were you going to say something or?
Well, I was just gonna say I've seen a handful of 109s
Mhm.
in the year and a half I've been in the league. I've never seen a 110 until this season. And that
I
was awesome.
I don't think I have either. That was really exciting. Um, a couple of quick notes from the stat team for this matchup. The Kingpins actually ran away with the division this year, but couldn't seem to beat the Hepcats, going only 5-7 against their rivals. So despite the Kingpins having that first round bye and being the second seed in the minor, or is it the first seed? I think are they the first seed or the second seed? Is California was 65 wins, so first seed, excuse me. So despite them being the first seed and running away with their division, they did only go 5-7 against the Hepcats, so this is a team that has historically over this season given them a little bit of trouble. So I could actually see this series going either way and actually going to multiple games down the line, like six or even seven. So this will be an interesting one to see match up. Definitely expect a lot of patience from these hitters, as the Kingpins ranked third in the minors in walks and the Hepcats were first in walks. So we might see a lot of drawn walks from these batters looking for their pitch.
Hmm. And
Uh,
like you said, this is a pretty close rivalry. There's also a bit of history. There's been a lot of headbutting in the playoffs between these two teams. And you mentioned it's a pretty even record over the course of the season. When I was doing my testing for Casino, it was something along the lines of like 52% for one team and 48% for the other. So this should be a really good
wow.
series.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one now. I didn't realize it was that close on the testing, but that's great. Means we're in for a really good matchup. Hopefully not one that goes to seven. Well, if this one goes to seven and all the rest of them just go to four, I'll be all right.
Hmm. Yeah.
We gotta make sure that we're keeping the amount of games total low. But but here we go. We are ready to actually quick sim these first two games of the series. Um, there shouldn't be any changes for the playoff server since um, this is the first game and they had time to set up the lineup cards. But for all of you minors GMs, get ready to submit any changes that you may have for game two. Um, because we will be trying to go fast throughout these series. But here we go. First up, Anchorage Wheelers versus the California Firehawks. Uh, do you want to like lead into this one, or do you want to lead into the second one?
I'll take the not Hepcats
All
box
right.
scores.
All right, so I'll lead us into the Hepcats Kingpins. Then we'll go with this one first.
Okay.
Kansas City Hepcats versus Chicago Kingpins. The winner of game number 1 of the semifinals is the Kansas City Hepcats, taking a 6-2 victory over the Chicago Kingpins. Kingpins actually led this game 2-1 all the way up to the top of the ninth, and then the Hepcats came back for a 5-run ninth and took the game by storm. Schwinghammer with a couple of RBIs, Frank Funk Jr. with 3 hits on the side of Chicago, 2 RBIs for Skelton on the side of the Kansas City Hepcats, and a 3-for-4 day for Kendrick Mills. Ermagerd gets the win, going 3.2 innings pitched with no hits or runs given up, only giving up 1 walk in relief. While Horace Lynch will get the hold for Chicago, and Jose Arcadio Buendia will take the loss on the blown save for Chicago, despite the quality start from Pax Torrent, who will be your player of the game with those 6 innings, giving up only 1 earned run on 5 hits. All right, Blow Pop, lead us in.
Game 2 of round 2, we have the Anchorage Wheelers and the California Firehawks. And the winner will be the California Firehawks with a final score of 5-3. Looks like, oh, I have that thing going on where the top half of Discord is entirely blurry. Okay, now it showed up on the stream, so that works too. Looks like this was another comeback victory, with California scoring all 5 of their runs after Anchorage scored all 3 of theirs, 2 in the 5th and 3 in the 8th to stamp it home. Looks like we have a slew of hitters on Anchorage who were able to get on base. Unfortunately, that effort was matched and exceeded with California, with everybody getting at least 1 hit and 4 batters getting 2. As for pitching, we do have 6-inning, 2 earned run performance out of Anchorage and a 7-inning, 3 earned run performance out of California by Joey and Tull, respectively. So 2 quality starts for each team. Unfortunately, one of them got out-qualitied, and Jethro Tull is going to take our player of the game performance for game 1 of round 2 in this series.
All right, so there's the first games of the minors semifinals. I'm going to update the crawler real quick here. California wins game 1, and Kansas City wins game 1. Both of those teams taking a 1-game lead into game 2, meaning they only have to win 3 of the next 6 to advance, while the others need to win 4. So we will go ahead and, just to make sure there's no majors games, we will go ahead and finish off today and save. Then we have the game 2s of the minors. While those minors GMs are getting any changes in that they need to, we will go up to the majors and take a look at some of these series and preview them a little bit. We'll start off with the Providence Crabs and the San Antonio Sloths. Despite finishing with a worse record, the Crabs actually dominated the Sloths this season, dropping only the first and last matchups of the season. The Crabs won the other 8 games all in a row, including 2 straight sweeps, both at home and on the road. So these teams have played each other quite a bit, both being in the Legends Conference. Looking at the head-to-head, looks like the Sloths are heavily favored. We have quite a few players that have had fantastic seasons on both sides. I think of Anchovy going 340 average and a 940 OPS. Possible contender for MVP, I would say. I don't think that's a surprise to too many people.
Especially after breaking a 15-year-old steals record.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It's how many was it? It was
It was like
goodness.
105 or something like that, I think, on the season for
Let
her.
me check. 109.
Ooh, that was
So
close.
109 for Anchovy on the season. Very, very good job on the base paths by Chovy. On the side of the Crabs, you've got a couple of 300 hitters in Bergamot Lemon and Luka Dordovic. Dordovic going 301, Bergamot Lemon going 320, both having really good seasons at the plate. Blow Pop, anyone that's specifically standing out to you between these two teams?
Well, I think from a put butts in seats standpoint, it is probably anchovy. It's fun to watch someone who steals when everyone knows they're going to steal, kind of an unstoppable force situation. But I think the crabs team in general is really fun. Both the testing and the community undervalued the crabs and they have overperformed all year. So I think they kind of like being doubted, get that underdog mentality. Got dog in them plus that's higher than any other team.
All right. So the sorry, I got a little bit distracted by the playoff changes channels. We'll be making sure that those minors teams uh, get their changes in for game two before we simulate that game two for them. But looking at the other major series, the Champions Conference Finals, we got the Seattle Sea Serpents and the Death Valley Scorpions, and this is the most evenly matched on the head-to-heads out of the four series that we've seen so far, with five players from each side having the advantage over their opponent in the batting order or pitching position. And when you're looking at these two teams, there's definitely a few standouts for me anyway. Like Booze Gooser going 21-2. That's a fantastic win-loss record on a season. Not too many pitchers can rack up 20 wins, but to go 21 wins is truly something special. And you've also got Jose Slaseco hitting 312 at the cleanup position. On the side of Death Valley, you've got your 329 Mike Bosses Jr., uh, who had a 1.017 OPS. That is incredible. Great season at the plate from Mike Boss Jr. Um, uh, any players stand out to you here, Blowpop?
I think you touched on a lot of them, but another one that I think is impressive is Adam Mella, just because the 920 OPS coming from second base is not usually where you expect to see the thump. So that's very welcomed extra value that you don't necessarily think will come from that position.
Absolutely. Second basemen's generally typically aren't really known for their power. But I mean, Adam Malott with 25 home runs, the second most on the team after Slaseco, uh, definitely has some power and some oomph behind the bat. Seattle enters this series with a better regular season record than the Scorpions, with the Serpents going 81-27 and Death Valley going 70-38. These were good for the first and second best regular season records in the Champions Conference. Seattle won their season series over Death Valley 3-1. Uh, that doesn't seem there should be more than 4 games. Um, both Seattle and
It was
Death
a
Valley.
five-game series.
What's up?
The first round playoffs, you mean? Or is this season stuff?
No, it's a season series, which should be
Oh.
which should be a lot more than 4 games for division
Maybe
rivals.
there's just a lot of rainouts.
Yeah, maybe maybe that's it. So Death Valley and Seattle, definitely two division rival teams that are going to be heating up in this conference final. We'll check in on them in a bit, but first off, we will do the Providence Crabs versus the San Antonio Sloths game number one. Here we go. The winner of game one of the Legends Conference Finals is the San Antonio Sloths, taking the win 5-3 over the Providence Crabs. Both teams with 7 hits. 3 for 4 day with 3 RBIs for Bobby McDonald Jr., the left fielder, out of that cleanup position. On the side of Providence, we have a 2 for 4 day with 2 RBIs from Will Love. Dasani Voss takes the loss. 5 runs over 5 innings pitched. Glenn Davies gets the win, going 6.2 innings, giving up 3 runs. Quality start for Glenn Davies. Esteban Rodriguez Jr. Esteban Rodriguez Jr. gets a hold, while Constantine Khan gets the save, and Bobby McDonald Jr. your player of the game. Uh, and so we'll go ahead and save real quick. And Blow Pop, you want to lead us into this one?
I sure do. For this second game between Death Valley Scorpions and the Seattle Sea Serpents. Looks like the game will be taken by the favorites. The Seattle Sea Serpents will win this one also 5-3. Lots of 5-3s in this first day of Sim so far. Very interesting. And once again, this is another comeback effort where there are 3 runs scored in the bottom of the eighth in order to secure the lead. So maybe it's me. Maybe the bottom of the eighth, I'm doing something to it. Not sure. If we take a look at the lineups, it looks like there was not nearly as much of a hitting display as the battle between California and Anchorage, but Seattle did have one multi-hit performer, and that would be Santana Cruz as the leadoff batter, going 2 for 4 with a run. Booze Gooser continues to add to his legacy with not only another win, but an 8.1 inning performance, chewing through 133 pitches and only
Wow.
allowing 3 earned runs. Singh comes in with the save. On the other side, Remy Ratatouille also has a great outing, 6 innings pitched, only 1 earned run. And then Poe Scott comes in with the hold before Busta Baxter unfortunately has the loss and blown save. Booze Gooser and that 133 pitch outing will be our player of the game.
We got some records set too here. It looks like Booze Goose are saying the Serpents playoff game record for strikeouts with 12, and tying the Champions playoff game record for strikeouts with 13. So a lot of strikeouts issued by Booze Goose are getting almost everyone in the Death Valley lineup except for Beef Rye in the number 9 spot. Um, excuse me. We are going to go ahead and save
We do
and
have
hit.
a couple of changes.
Yes, we will get to those minor changes right now. Kingpins wanted a stamina check, so I'll do that first before making the other change. Let's see. So scheduled starter is Pope Coswe at 100% rested. Benny Sheets at 100% rested. Pax Torrent just got the start yesterday and is at 2% exhausted. Jose Arcadio Buendia at 67% slightly tired. 76% rested for Horace Lynch. 92% rested for Leonidas Honor. Charles DeBall 100%. Evan Beeler's at 100%. And Big Yosh is at 100%.
And Sarah would also like us to hover over Buendia for a second, and she might have some strategy changes that she wants to submit.
Oh, okay. Check strats for Buendia. Okay. Player strategy for Buendia. Let's see. Nothing from the Hepcats yet. Okay, you're good, Sarah. Okay, Firehawks have a change here. Buendia, middle reliever, use less. Okay. Uh, middle relief, use less. Do you want the high leverage one kept or changed um, to no secondary role? Off. Okay, cool. File save. And then the Firehawks had a change as well.
So did DG. Shut up, DG.
DC's not in the playoffs. What's he talking about? Firehawks say west to stopper. Eighth and close, none. And Pettit to middle relief. Use less often, high leverage. All right.
Sarah would like a stamina check for the Dillos.
No, we're not going to the Dillos. Dillos aren't in the playoffs. I'm sorry.
Not with that attitude. Or any attitude, but still. It looks like we also do have blips on all 4 of the teams. Never mind, Serpents say no changes.
Okay,
We do
we'll
have
go
some.
for the major changes once we advance the day.
Okay.
Anything else for the? I'm not seeing anything for the Wheelers or the Hepcats.
No, I think
All right,
that's it.
So looks like that is it. We are going to save the game, head back to the scoreboard, and we'll head right on into game number 2. And we will start with game number 2 of the Anchorage Wheelers versus the California Firehawks. Another quick sim, not an elimination game right here. And the winner of game number 2 of the Wheelers versus the Firehawks is the Anchorage Wheelers. 8-3 on the final. Wheelers take this one over the California Firehawks. 2 for 3 day for French Fry. And then 2 hit days for both Burrow III and Gladdy Valero. On the side of Anchorage, 3 for 5 day, though, with 5 RBIs and 3 runs for Max Power. I think that one's going to be your player of the game, just saying. 3 for 4 day for Mr. Alligator as well. Jacques Toussaint gets the win, 7.1 innings pitched, only 1 earned run given up, and Aaron Silence gets their first loss of the playoffs. Max Power, of course, is going to be your player of the game with those 5 RBI. Was there no? There wasn't a. Oh, it was, okay. It was a double, bases clearing double, and a 2-run homer. Big day for Max Power.
Living up to his name a little bit there.
Yeah. I realized that these flipped too, and now you're stuck with the Hepcats box score.
Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but now you said something, so now it's cursed. Game 2 of the series, Kansas City Hepcats have a 1-game lead stolen from the Chicago Kingpins. The results of Game 2 are
It's not cursed!
a 3-2 win for the Kansas City Hepcats. Somehow I did not plunge us into oblivion. Low-scoring game compared to most of what we've seen so far, and also the only game that I have read the box score of that does not include a 3-run lead securing bottom of the 8th. So maybe that theory has been debunked. Hard to say for sure, though. On Kansas City side of the things, we have most of the hits being condensed only to 4 players. We have Lane, Braun, Mills, and Millhouse, all getting 2 hits apiece out of the 9 total on the team. On Chicago's side, we do have a big day coming out of Burnside with a 3 for 4 performance, 1 run, and 2 RBIs. So good job, Larry. Not quite enough, but good. Very good. Jake Pliskin, Jake the Snake's going to go 6 innings pitched, 2 earned runs. And then a win will be picked up in extras from the bullpen with Pete Williams going 3 innings of shutout ball, only allowing 2 hits and 1 walk. On Chicago's side of things, we have a 5.1 inning performance by Causey, 2 earned runs. Lynch shows up and gets nothing on the stat block. Sorry. And then Honore is going to pick up the loss at the end of the game. 2.1 innings, only 1 earned run, but that earned run was enough to do it. Larry B. Burnside, despite the losing performance for the team, is still going to pick up player of the game with that 3-hit day.
All right. So Kansas City picks up their second win and takes a 2-0 lead over Chicago. Meanwhile, Anchorage Wheelers will take their first win and tie up the series between them and the California Firehawks. So that will be a interesting series to watch. Already tied at 1. Kansas City off to a good start. We went through the majors games, so we will go ahead and finish off today and save. There shouldn't be any minors games. Should be a travel day for them. Yep. So we will take a look at the majors games. Minors teams, if you have any changes for game 3, get those in. We'll look at the majors changes first and do the quick sim of those, and then we'll address any minors changes on the following day. Serpents say no changes. Crabs have some changes. We'll go ahead and do that real quick for them. Crabs say move NOLA to none specified, avoid high leverage. Okay.
Scorpions say no changes.
Excellent, thank you. Ramen to middle relief, use more often. Alright. That looked good to you, Matt Bake? Any changes for this loss? Let's see. Shoto's stamina before game 2. Yes, we can do that. Alright, Shoto Todoroki is at 61%. They're scheduled to make the game 3 start. Svanderley Mike scheduled to make today's start is at 100% rested. Let me know if you need any changes, Juosu. But since both the serpents and the crabs, or sorry, serpents and the scorpions said no changes, might as well go ahead and sim their day while Juoso and Matt Baker both getting back to me if there's any follow up for those. But Death Valley versus Seattle Sea Serpents. Do you want to take this one or should I?
I will do this one.
All right, go for it.
The Champions West Showdown Game 2. That'll be a 4-1 win for the Death Valley Scorpions. I think technically the biggest blowout, quote unquote, that I have called so far. Looks like all 4 of those runs came pretty early, with the scoring being done in the 3rd inning or earlier for the Scorpions. For the most part, their batter shared responsibility, but Duncan did go 2 for 4, the only multi-hit outing on Death Valley's side of things. Over on Seattle's side of the river, we do have Davis Campbell going 2 for 4 as well. No RBI or run to show for it, though. That was a home run by Duncan. And Mike Boss Jr. doing Mike Boss Jr. things. Sims is going to pick up the win. 6.1 innings of shutout ball, only 2 walks and 2 hits. Did have to chew through 97 pitches, though. Jones is going to show up, say hi, and then Herbie Farnworth will pick up the save. 1 inning of perfect baseball. Only 13 pitches needed. Over on Seattle side of things, Straight Gas Homie is going to get the loss. 7.1 innings, 4 earned runs. Not that bad of a performance. Just kind of hard to do that against Seattle's pitching and expect to win. Justin Sims is going to be our player of the game with that quality start.
All right, and so with the Scorpions tying it up 1-1, that'll bring us back to the Providence Crabs and the San Antonio Sloths. I like it when the series tie at 1-1 because that means that we're not showing a game 4 for that series, which means less potential. So we've already gone down from our possible 16 games for the sim. We've already gone down to at least 14 at max now. Now that we have 2 series tied up at 1.
It's a beautiful thing.
It is. It is a very beautiful thing. I don't want 10 game stream. Fine, it's all right. 16 game stream, absolutely. I'm not having. I'm not thrilled about that. But Providence Crabs and San Antonio Sloths. Sloths confirmed everything's good. Crabs did not give any confirmation about their roster after the Nola and Ronlin moves. I think we are ready to get into game number 2. Okay, they just confirmed we're good. All right, save real quick and going into game number 2 of the Crabs versus the Sloths. Will the Sloths take a 2-0 lead, or will the Crabs tie it up 1-1? Sportsboy 57 and Savannah Mike Kudowitz on the mound, and the win for game number 2 of the Legends Conference Finals will go to the Providence Crabs. We have another series tied up at 1. 6-2 is the final. Crabs with a 3-run 8th will help propel them to victory, although they didn't really need it. They were already leading 3-2. Let's see. A 2-hit day with an RBI for pork chop sandwiches on the side of the Sloths. On the side of the Providence Crabs, lots of hits almost all around. 2 hit days for both Dustin Johnson and Jose 43 Sr. Both of them getting at least 2 RBIs. 43 Sr. getting 3 down in that number 8 position. Might be time to move him up a little bit in the lineup. Sportsboy 57 getting the win for Providence. James Ronlin getting the hold. Savannah Mike Kudowitz taking the loss despite the quality start. Both starters a great job on the mound for their teams. And the player of the game will be Jose 43 Sr. with those 3 RBIs.
But they did ruin my immersion. It was 2 at-bats, 2 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks, and then the 3 just comes out of nowhere. And
Oh, yeah.
the whole thing for me.
Lots of 2s and then there 1-3. The only thing that would make it better is if it was 2 strikeouts and 2 left on base. But if it's 2 strikeouts and it's not 2 for 2, oh well. But there we go. Providence Crabs even up the series. I'll go ahead and update the crawler with that as well. And that will do it for September 26th, as there's no minors games this travel day. Advancing to the next day, we will have the first travel day for the majors. We'll take a look. Excuse me. I took a lake. I think I said. Take a look at the Miners for game number 3 of their series.
We do have some changes submitted.
Yes. Looks like Firehawks. Um, while we're doing this, by the way, Majors, if you have any changes for game 3, make sure you let us know. We will get around to them even if we don't see them immediately. Firehawks say Pettit goes to Stopper. 8th and close and none. And then West goes to mid relief, use less often, and setup. Looks good, Cody. We'll go ahead and save. And we have some other teams. Hepcats. Hepcats say they're good. Nice. Kingpins have some changes. We'll go over there while we wait for confirmation from Cody or one of the other Firehawks in the channel. Okay. Buendia back to Stopper. 7th and high leverage. 7th and high leverage. Horace Lynch to closer, 8th or later. Closer, 8th or later. Secondary is Stopper. I'm guessing why the 8th or later that doesn't have the plus sign, because I don't see the plus sign in your message. And just Lynch to +1 hook as reliever override. Okay, strategy. Horace Lynch. We want to override. And +1 hook as reliever. Boop. It is now at +1 hook. Go ahead and save. Sarah, let us know if you have any other changes or if that looks good for you. Firehawks say they're good.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing from the Wheelers. Rabbit said most likely no changes until game 6 or 7. So unless I hear from you, Rabbit, I'm gonna assume that you're good until game 6. Okay, Cody said yes in. Oh, okay. He said yes in Twitch chat and then said yes in the Discord. threw me off a little bit.
Sarah would like you to confirm that
Oh,
it's on override. It is on
yes.
override.
Yep.
Apparently, it's streamy on her end.
Horace Lynch override team strategy settings.
Reno says he cares about pizza.
I also care about pizza. Pizza's really good.
Yeah.
Chat, thin crust or deep dish? What about you, Blow Pop? Which one do you prefer?
I prefer thin crust unless I am in the city of Chicago. Then deep dish is fun. But it's like Chicago style deep dish pizza is like kind of its own category. It's not really pizza at that point. It's just kind of like sauce soup, but it's still delicious.
I like the deep dish comparisons both from you, who says sauce soup, and DG, who says bread lasagna.
And then Nate says it's soup in a bread
Bread
bowl.
bowl.
Yeah, so Nate and I got to the same place, just took a different route.
Man, I feel bad. I kind of like deep dish. I'm
It's
entitled to my.
good. They both have advantages. If you go to Chicago, you can sit down and eat a brick, and it's great. If you go to New York, you can walk up to a window, hand them a sweaty $5 bill, and then walk away with 2 pieces of pizza that you can hold in your hands.
Well, speaking
There's
of.
there's wins on both sides, is what I'm
It's
saying.
true. That's true. Well, speaking of Chicago, we should probably get to Chicago's game number 3 here against the Kansas City Hepcats. See if they can.
See if they can dish themselves out of the deep hole they've dug themselves.
Ayo.
That's pizza wordplay, folks.
We see if they can dish out a win here with the 2-0 lead from the Kansas City Hepcats. Will they increase it to 3-0? Are we going to watch game 4, or are the Chicago Kingpins going to come back and make it a 2-1 series? The winner of game number 3 with Benny Sheets and Lowell Larac on the mound. The winner of game 3 will be the Chicago Kingpins. All that talk about deep dish pizza, blessed to them, I guess. 5-4 win for the Kingpins on the back of a 3-run 6th inning. Hepcats tried to even it up late in the 8th with 3 runs, but it was just too little too late. 3 RBIs for Lenny Longpipe, though, on the side of Kansas City, going 2 for 4. On the side of Chicago, you got a couple of RBIs from Joey Moose, who goes 1 for 4. And Larry B. Burnside goes 2 for 4 with 2 runs scored and an RBI. Benny Sheets gets the win, 6 innings, only giving up 1 earned run. And Lowell Larac takes the loss, giving up 4 earned runs over 6. Benny Sheets will be your player of the game with that solid start on the mound. And Jose Arcadia Buendia does get the save as well, 1.2 shutout and no-hit innings. So congratulations to Chicago. That means we will not be watching game number 4 live. It'll
Congratulations
be
to us.
yes. It's another win in our column for less games less games streamed. Go ahead and update the crawler there. And are you ready to lead us into the Firehawks Wheelers blow pop?
I am indeed. We have a 1-1 series, so either way, this will not result in a streamed game after this one, but it's still good, clean drama nonetheless. Andrew Alexander versus Big Newf. And the winner of this game is the Anchorage Wheelers, taking this one in shutout fashion. It'll be a 3-0 victory for the Doggos. Good boys. Looks like we have a couple of multi-hit outings coming from Flood, Alligator, and Mr. Scrabble at the bottom there again. California hitting was, for the most part, pretty tepid, shut down by the pitching for Anchorage. We do have one multi-hit game coming from Burrow the Third, however. Newf is going to pick up the win. 5 innings of, obviously, shutout ball, and that will be followed up by Hackenbush getting the hold and Diaz showing up to sling 4 pitches and call it a day. Alexander's going to get the loss despite the quality start. 6 innings pitched, 3 earned runs. Wilson will show up and play pretty well. The damage, however, was already done, and Big Newf, with that 5-er for nothing, is going to be our player of the game.
All right, so both series now 2-1, and both series in favor of the underdogs, the teams that got that first round bye. Already off to a slightly worse start in these series, with only 1 win to the other team's 2. So we'll see if those top teams with those big records can come back and make a difference in these series. But as of now, we are going to head to the majors as we finish off today. I'll go ahead and save as well. Minors teams, if you have any changes for your game number 4, please get those in now. Majors series, both tied at 1. We're going to see which teams take a 2-1 lead over the other. Serpents already said that they're good. Crabs have a lineup change.
And a stamina request as well.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that. Thank you for pointing that out. We'll do the stamina check first, real quick, so that you can type out pitching stuff while we're adjusting the lineup. Dasani Voss is at 59%. Sports Boy 57 at 27%. Bark Murley scheduled to make the start at 100% rested. Bullpen has Michael Dion at 100%. Pal Van Jr. at 87. James Ronlett at 82. Abraham Lingcrab at 100%, Papa Freddy at 100%, and Noah Nola at 58%, slightly tired. So all you're getting is those pitching changes or not, or no pitching changes. We'll go ahead and fix that lineup up for you. Dordovic, Lemon at number 2, Love at 3, Ruiz, 43 Senior, Johnson, Slokening, Krustis, Q. Okay. And this is just against righties. Left-handed is remaining the same, according to what you're telling us. We'll go ahead and save the game so that takes. Looks like Matt Bake's typing, so hopefully we'll move Ronlin to None specified. Avoid high leverage. Okay. Anything else, Crabs? We'll go ahead and save as well. Oh,
Papa Freddy to mid relief used less often.
okie doke. We can do that. Middle relief used less often. Dunzo. Saved. Scorpions want to see stamina. We'll go over there. Crabs, let us know if there's any further changes you want to make.
Dust
Um,
says looks good.
okay, perfect. Scorpions, Cantaloupe, Crocodiles, you're scheduled to start at 100% rested. Remy Ratatouille at 60%, and Justin Sims at 27%. Herbie Farnworth at 93%, Giuseppe Jones 78%, Poe Scott 71% as a reliever, Busta Baxter at 98%, and Vidal Satan at 100%. There you go, Cal. All right, sounds good, Dust. Thank you. Sloths say they're all good. So just waiting on the Scorpions who say no changes. Okay, perfect. So we are going to roll right on into these next few games then. Um, got to ping in another server, wanted to make sure it wasn't anything important. Okay. All right, game number 3. For both of these series, both series tied at 1. Going into game 3, Shoto Todoroki versus Bark Murley on the mound for the Sloths and the Crabs. Do you want to take this one or the Serpent Scorpions?
I'll stick in the Champions Conference.
All right, sounds good. So Shoto Todoroki and Bark Murley on the mound. Game 3 of the Legends Conference Finals is going to go to the San Antonio Sloths. 5-2 victory over the Crabs, putting up 5 runs in the first 3 innings, and not really needing to put up any more throughout the rest of the game. 2-for-2 day for Will Love on the Crabs, and a 2 RBI day for Dustin Johnson, the catcher. But on the side of the San Antonio Sloths, it was a big day for Bobby McDonald Jr., with 4 RBIs going 2 for 4, 2 home runs, a solo shot, and a 3-run bomb for Bobby McDonald Jr. Shoto Todoroki gets the win, quality start, 2 earned runs on 6.1 innings pitched. Constantine Khan gets the hold, and San Antonio will get the save, their first of the playoffs. Bark Murley falls to 1-2 in the playoffs with only 2 innings, giving up 5 earned runs. Papa Freddy had to come in long relief and help out the Crabs out of that jam. Bobby McDonald Jr. is going to be your player of the game. All right, ready
Oh,
for the... What's up?
I was just gonna transition, but then you were gonna transition, and now we
No,
have
go
to
for it.
talk about. Over on the champion side, we are also tied at 1 game apiece. Seattle Sea Serpents and Death Valley Scorpions. The result is a 9-2 dust-up by the Death Valley Scorpions, taking one in dramatic fashion against the Seattle Sea Serpents. Lots of offense for them coming early. It was a 7-run game by the end of the third, and it didn't get closer from there. Everybody on the board got a hit except for B. Fry. We have also 4 multi-hit outings. Mike Boss Jr., Duncan, Wander Franco, and Elliot Alderson. A couple of 2-run games and a couple of 3 RBI games as well. Over on Seattle side of things, we only have 7 total hits, but we do have a multi-hit game coming from Garris Vakarian in the 9-hole. Antelope Crocodile, 5.1 innings, 0 earned runs, only 6 runners allowed on base. That'll pick up the win for the team as Scott and Jones show up to just hang out. Sullivan is going to get the loss on Seattle side. 2.2 innings, 7 earned runs to start the game like we just saw up in the box score. Perry Hodder's going to show up and have to do some extra legwork to get them through the game. 3.1 innings, 2 earned runs. And Jormungandr Ragnarok will show up as well. Elliot Alderson will be our player of the game.
All right. So the Sloths and the Scorpions take a 2-1 lead in the conference finals. Still no streamed games yet. We're after 3 games. Every series is at 2-1. So we're not going to be watching any game fours. We'll be quick simming those, and then maybe we'll see some game fives. But that'll do it for the majors for this day. Going to the minors, we will save real quick um, before we continue. Oh, looks like I'm dropping some frames. Okay, I think we're good. All right. Let's see. Kingpins said to do a stamina check on the bullpen.
And packs only, I think is.
Got it. I see that. Yeah, Pax is at 100% fully rested. Horace Lynch at 82. Buendia at 78. Honor 83. DeBall 64. Beeler 100%. Yosh 100%. Let us know if you have any changes based on that info, Sarah. Nothing from the
No
Wheelers or
changes,
Hepcats.
and then no changes, Firehawks.
Oh, all right, cool. Looks like people are pretty ready to roll into Game 4, I guess. We'll see if Sarah has any changes, and then we'll move on. DeBall to use less often. Boop. Done. Anything else? Always have changes.
She's 5 steps ahead of us.
All good. All right, cool. One small change for the miners, and we are ready to go. Um, assuming that I know which tab to click. All right, 2-1, both series. Both of the lower seeds leading these series 2-1. Uh, but we are ready to get on into these and show exactly which team is going to either take a 3-1 lead or tie up the series. We will start with the Kansas City Hepcats versus the Chicago Kingpins. Kansas City leads the series 2-1 with Pico Bear on the mound versus Pax Torrent, both with sub-2 ERAs in the playoffs, 1.59 and 1.50. Here we go. Game number 4. Kingpins Hepcats. The winner is the Kansas City Hepcats. We will see a game number 5 for this one on stream. 4-3 victory in 13 innings. This is going to be a bullpen burner, I feel like. 4-3 is the final. Hepcats walk it off in the 13th after neither team scored since the 5th. This was 3-3 after the 5th inning, and they did not score again until the 13th. That is a wild game. 2 hits and an RBI each for Skelton and Long Pipe on the side of Kansas City. 2 for 5 day for Moose. That's Joey Moose. And an RBI each for Bidoof, Froby Kobe, and Belmont. Belmont going 3 for 6 out of that number 9 position in the lineup. Horace Lynch will get the loss. 3.1 innings, giving up an earned run in relief. While on the side of Kansas City, Francis Walker will get the win in relief. Both starters doing a pretty decent job out there. Both of them giving up only 3 earned runs. Pico Bear will be your player of the game with the quality start of 6 innings, 3 earned runs on 5 hits and 3 walks. So I'll go ahead and update that on the tracker real quick. So we will be streaming Game 5 of that series live because it is an elimination game for Chicago or a clinch game for the Kansas City Hepcats. So we will see how that game goes after we quick sim a few more here. Blow Pop, you ready?
Yep, we'll see if California can tie things up or if Anchorage is going to allow us to watch more baseball. And it looks like California does, in fact, tie it up. 6-1 is your final score to put the series at 2 games apiece. The lead was taken early and then expanded on after Anchorage put 1 run back in retaliation. On Anchorage's side of things, we have a couple of multi-hit outings coming from Neskine, Max Power, and also Calavera. However, on California's side, we do have Arthur Morgan going 2 for 4 with 2 runs, and Apollo going 2 for 4 with 1 run, but 2 RBIs. Joey's going to pick up the loss, going 6.1 innings pitched, 4 earned runs. Daring and Littlefield will also show up. Jethro Tull is going to get the win, 7 innings pitched, 1 earned run, no walks, 7 hits, 10 strikeouts, and will be our player of the game with that performance.
All right. So we do have a series tied up at 2 now, being Anchorage versus California. And just updated the tracker, so that should reflect that. So we won't be watching game number 5 of the Firehawks Wheeler series. We will be watching game number 5 of the Kingpins Hepcats, but there's no elimination game going on here in game number 5. We will be watching game 6 and, if necessary, game 7, though. So definitely be sure to stick around for those for the Firehawks and Wheelers. But right now, we are going to finish off September 28th and move on to September 29th. We will save the game. Should be a travel day for the Miners, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, it's not. Oh, it's a travel day after this day.
2-3-2.
Yeah. So we will check out game number 4 of the Majors series. So if there's any changes from the Majors GMs,
There are.
Serpents say there's nothing. Nothing from the.
Crabs.
What's up?
Crabs.
Yes. Crabs have Crabs want stamina of bullpen. Michael Dion at 100%. Pal Van Jr. at 11%. Papa Freddy at 23%. Abraham Lincrab at 100%. James Ronlin is at 89%. And Nolan Nola is at 6%. Move Freddy to none specified. Avoid high leverage will do. And then we'll make those lineup changes for you. Versus versus right-handed pitcher Dordovic Slokanin in the number 2 position. Love, Ruiz, Johnson, 43 senior, Krustis, Lemon, Q, and then Lemon. Okay. File save.
And then one more pitching change.
Okay. Palvian Jr. to
None.
none specified. And put Ron. For usage options, I'm assuming normal, or do you want to avoid high leverage for POW? Avoid high leverage, thank you. And then Ronlin in middle relief, use more. Okay. Sloths, Scorpions, anything from either of you? And thank you to Grizzy for subscribing at Tier 1. 6-month streak for Grizzy. Thank you very much. Alright, Crabs, let me know if that looks good for you. We'll go ahead and save. Make sure those changes take. Sloths are good. Serpents confirmed that they were good already. Scorpions, not hearing anything from Cal yet.
The
Crabs are
sloths
typing.
channel is so disorienting to me because I look over and it's just neon green.
You would think that the teams would have like colored roles that would match their team colors, right? But not
Yeah,
really.
I kind of like it though. I don't know.
Check
Maybe
Noah
that's their
again.
City Connect jersey somehow.
Noah's at 6% exhausted. He's not looking too good. He's had a day. Minors teams, make sure that you get your changes in as necessary for your game 5s. Anything from Cal wants a stamina check. Okay, we can do that. Herbie Farnworth 98%, Giuseppe Jones 44, Post Scott is at 2% exhausted, Busta Baxter 98% rested, and Vidal Satan 100%. Okay, Crabs have another change. They want Nola at mid relief. Use less often. Alright, Crabs say they're good. Scorpions have a change. Alright, Baxter to use more often. Alright. I'm assuming you want to keep the middle relief and stopper roles, Cal. Also, anything else that you want to change besides Baxter, or are you good? No worries, Dust. Okay, Cal said thanks, so I think he's good. All right, we will go ahead and save and head right on back to the scores for a quick simming of game number 4 of the semifinals series. What's the DVS series at? The DVS series is at 2-1 in favor of DVS. We also have a crawler at the bottom of the screen, which you should be able to see, which should show all of that should be up to date fully. I haven't been updating the series tracker. I apologize. Um, but I think we are all set to quick sim the game number 4 of both of these series. Assuming that I stop dropping frames for a couple seconds. There we go. All right. Okay. Blow Pop, you're going to stick with the Champions Conference?
I am.
All right. We'll start with the Sloths and Crabs then. Sloths lead the series 2-1 over the Crabs. Will the Sloths push their lead to 3-1? Or will the Crabs tie up? The winner of game number 4 of the Legends Conference Finals is the Providence Crabs. We have a series tied at 2 here, and boy howdy is this a game. 12 innings. Fans got some free baseball here. So this was, oh my goodness, so this was 4-2 in favor of the Crabs going into the ninth. Sloths put 2 runs up in the top of the ninth to tie it. And then neither team scored till the 12th when the Sloths took a 5-4 lead, and then the Crabs put 2 runs up there to walk it off on a run-scoring single by Bergamot Lemon. 2 hit days with an RBI each for Jimenez, Eschleman, and Oatmeal on the side of San Antonio. Providence has a couple of RBIs from Slokanen and Lemon, 2 each. John Camden Jr. takes the loss in relief for San Antonio, while Abraham Lincrab will get the win in relief for Providence. Dion with a blown save. Glenn Davies, though, is going to be our player of the game, 6 innings, giving up 4 earned runs on 4 hits and a walk. So congratulations to the Crabs for tying this up here. We are not going to be watching game number 5 of that series. We will be quick simming it. It is a non-elimination game, but we will be watching game number 6 and, if needed, game number 7. Seattle versus Death Valley. Blow Pop, take us through this one?
We'll see if the PNW can tie this one up against DVS. And they do, in fact, do so in a little bit of a barn burner. We have a final score of 8-7. We have ourselves a 23-hit outing. So if you like offense, this is a game for you. Looks like Death Valley has a couple of big performances, most notably Chris Jacob going 3 for 5 with 2 runs and 2 RBIs. Over on Seattle side of things, we also have Santana Cruz going 3 for 5 with 2 runs in the leadoff spot, doing his job excellently in that category. And Christoph Krapokrasov getting 2 for 5 performance, 2 RBIs, and Cacao going 2 for 5 with 2 RBIs as well. Remy Ratatouille is going to pick up the loss for Death Valley, going 4.1 innings, 5 earned runs. Busta Baxter and Satan are going to both show up as well. Booze Gooser continues his potent run in this series. A second consecutive good game by him. 6.0 innings pitched, 2 earned runs, 10 total runners allowed on base, but it looks like he was able to get out of a jam a couple of times there. And Chris Jacob, with all that offense, is going to be our player of the game.
All right. So out of the 4 series, we have a 2-2 series in 3 of them.
Correct.
Which
so
means
the only game that we will watch
Yep.
is mine.
Yeah, the only game 5 that we're going to watch is Kansas City versus Chicago, where Kansas City might clinch a trip to the World Series. All the rest of them we're going to be quick simming because they're non-elimination games. But we will be watching Game 6 of every game, or every series, I should say, unless Kansas City clinches, in which case they won't need a Game 6. But all the rest of the series, we will be watching Game 6 and Game 7 if needed. But right now, we are going to head to the minors, and we might as well have should we just watch this one and have BNN on for the Firehawks Wheelers?
Mm, we have some checks first.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
um. Okay. Firehawks say they're good. Nothing from the Wheelers or Hepcats. Kingpins want a stamina check. Will do. Pitching. Horace Lynch at 2%. Buendia at 0%. Honor at 22%. DeBall at 83%. Beeler 100%. And Yosh 100%. Alright,
Firehawks
Williams.
say no changes.
Yeah. And nothing from the Wheelers or Hepcats either. Rabbit did say that probably no changes till game 6 or 7. So I'm assuming that things are still good in Anchorage. Kingpins, Buendia and Lynch. Yeah, Buendia and Lynch are pretty exhausted. Honor's kind of exhausted too, but he's a little bit. He's at 22%. Both Buendia and Lynch to none specified. Avoid high leverage. Okay, we will do that. I assume no secondary role. I will go ahead and make that change. If this is wrong, tell me. If you want a secondary role for oh, okay. DeBall is secondary stopper. Okay. No secondary. Good. Does that look good for you, Sarah, or anything else? Happy to make changes if you need them. Just want to make sure that we get them all, though. Majors teams, if you have any changes that you need to make for game number 5, be sure to post that in your team channels, please, to help speed things along.
Serpents say no changes, but they kind of want them.
Kind of want what?
Changes.
Oh. Big Yosh to middle secondary specialist. Oh, middle relief normal usage specialist. Okay. Well, if they want changes, why wouldn't they make changes?
I think C would feel guilty about micromanaging.
Be there to normal. How's it
Now's the
micromanaging if it's
time,
his
C.
team? It's micromanage. It's your team. What are you talking about? Beeler to normal. What do you mean normal? Oh, like the usage option to normal. Okay. He's still at middle relief for primary and long relief for secondary. DeBall to normal. Okay. So far, we have middle relief normal usage for Honor, DeBall, Beeler, and Yosh. Secondary roles as specialist for Honor and Yosh, and stopper for DeBall, long relief for Beeler. And then Buendia and Lynch at non-specified, avoid high leverage. Go ahead and save so that I don't lose any of these. Does that look good, Sarah? I'm thinking we should just, yeah, no one in chat said anything, but I'm thinking we should just have BNN on the background for the Kansas City Chicago, or not for the Kansas City Chicago game, for the no, we're watching that one, but for the Anchorage California game, we should just, since we're gonna quick sim it anyway, might as well just have BNN on, right? Okay.
I don't think there's any problem with
Sarah
that.
says we're good.
Sounds fine by me.
All right, that's what we'll do then. Back to the scores. And for the first streamed game of the day, of the stream, first streamed game of the stream, we have the Chicago Kingpins versus the Kansas City Hepcats. Will the Kansas City Hepcats punch their ticket to the World Series, or will Kansas City fend them off? Or will Chicago fend them off and make this a 3-2 series, forcing a game 6? We will see. BNN is enabled. Looks good, so that's what we need. BNN isn't going to affect majors games, right? Oh, they're already done anyway, so it doesn't matter. All right. So back to the Kingpins Hepcats here. Let's get some predictions going in the chat. If we have a mod around, we have some possible predictions: 5.5 walks, 18.5 hits, or 14.5 strikeouts, suggested by the stat team. Thank you, stat team. While we get that going, a couple of player notes for these teams. Larry B. Burnside, who has been hot hitting in this series, also led the minors in total bases this year with 248, as well as slugging percentage with 531. He was on a tear at the plate against the Hepcats this season, hitting 404 with 6 doubles, 3 homers, and 9 RBIs against them. We also have on the side of the Hepcats, we have starting pitcher Jake Pliskin finishing second in the minors with 15 wins and leading the minors in ERA with 3.43. He baffled the Kingpins through 3 starts, going 2-0 with ERA of 1.83. Those are some players to keep an eye on. We do have a prediction live over under 5.5 walks. Be sure to predict with your channel points. But Blow Pop, this is your team, the Kansas City Hepcats. You guys came in after winning round 1. You didn't have that first round bye, and here you guys are facing the team with the best record in the minors with that 3-1 lead. What's your feelings about this game 4 here?
Honestly, my immediate reaction to this whole scenario is just it kind of speaks to how balanced the minors are and how the GMs have done a good job of all staying competitive with each other. There's not really a clear front runner anywhere. There are better records, sure, but any team can go up against any other team and put up a good fight. So that adds a lot of fun to the mix. And I don't know, it sounds like a cop-out, wholesome answer, but it's the truth.
Fair enough. Thank you to Sarah for gifting a couple of subs in the stream chat. To quote Sarah, desperation sacrificial offering. But we'll see if that sacrificial offering helps out. That may, if that works, Sarah. Does that mean that you're going to be gifting 2 more subs for Game 6? That might be a.
Is this a pay-to-win league?
If it is, it's purely coincidental because obviously I've gifted the most subs and it has not gifted me any rings. So,
That is fair.
but
Well, you did stop at the correct number, so.
I, it's temporary. It's only temporarily there. Maybe I was actually gonna gift. I was actually gonna break that number and gift more subs if the Vandals won their playoff series, but they didn't. So, I don't count. I count, D-man. I can count. I count very well. That's why That's why I play in several counting servers. It's the game I'm best at. 5.5 walks. Submissions are closed. 73% of the channel points are going for the over. That's 12.4 thousand channel points, I should say. Not 12. How do you get 0.4 channel points? 12.4 thousand channel points, all going for the over. Most people actually going for the under though, 11-7 on that front, but most of the channel points say over. We'll see as to which way it goes. We did say in the matchup notes at the beginning of the stream to expect a lot of patience from these hitters since the Kingpins ranked 3rd in the minors in walks and the Hepcats ranked 1st in the minors in walks. So this could be a pretty big over, or well, not a pretty big payout, but excuse me. This could be a payout for the overs if the matchup notes are to be believed. Now you said you didn't want to do the Kingpins batting lineup, so you're gonna lead us.
I don't want to do the Hepcats because I will curse them.
Fair enough. Okay, so you'll be taking the Kingpins batting lineup. So you'll be first up on the call. You ready to take us into game with the Kingpins lineup against Jake Pliskin?
I am indeed. We're going to see if Bob Babbitt person can start off Chicago hot.
All right, here we go. Blow Pop, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, on day 2 of the playoffs, it only took us 79 minutes to actually watch a game of baseball. We're going to start out with a strikeout from Bob Babbitt person. Jake Pliskin on the bump. As we talked about earlier, Jake the Snake looking to show off his fangs a little bit. Larry B. Burnside, arguably the best hitter on Chicago this season, strikes out as well. Hammer Schwinghammer is going to swing the hammer, and that will pop up to center field. Tracked down easily enough, and that will be a 1-2-3 inning.
Kingpins pitching and defense, making short work. Or sorry, Hepcats pitching and defense, making short work of the Kingpins in inning number 1. We'll see if the Hepcats lineup can do a little bit better. Zachary Lane will lead us off with a single and a stolen bag. He's safe in at second. Skelton is going to get hit by a pitch. No mound charging though. Matthew Braun grounds it to shortstop over to second for 1. No double play. Looks like maybe the runner broke that up, so now we got runners at the corners with 1 out for long pipe with a deep drive to right. That is gone! 3-run homer for Lenny Longpipe, and this game is already broken wide open in the bottom of the first. That is a really good start for the Kansas City lineup. We'll see if they can continue it going with Deegan Beckendem against Pope Coswe. Grounder on the left-hand side, thrown on to first. That's going to be out number 2. Julian Confer, the DH, is going to go down on strikes, and that will end the inning, but not before the Kansas City Hepcats strike for 3. It is 3-0 here in Kansas City as we head to the top of the second.
The middle third of Chicago's lineup is going to start things off. Another strikeout for Frank Funk. That's already 3 on the day for Jake Pliskin. Great start for him. Joey Moose is going to have a zinger that goes into the left center corner. That looks like an easy double. He will slide in anyway just to be safe. Got a runner in scoring position for Chicago now. Bunting Bidoof does not bunt. He is a liar. Now we have 1 out. Runners on the corners, just like last inning. Belmont will strike out, the 4th of the day for Jake Pliskin. Joe Shiesty is going to line 1 past the second baseman. That'll score a run. Oh, and he almost gets caught on the throw back to first. Runner still on the corners, and another grounder towards second, and it looks like, oh, he just barely beats the runner. And Kansas City's going to get out of a bit of a jam, but they do let up 1 run. 3-1, bottom of the second.
Very close play there to end the inning. Kendrick Mills is going to lead us off for the Hepcats. He's going to go down on the strikeout. Pope Coswe with their second strikeout of the game. Jaco Bryant line now right to the second baseman. And now it's going to be Corey Millhouse grounding that to the shortstop over to first. Quick 1-2-3 inning for Pope Coswe facing the minimum amount of batters. We head to the top of the third with the Hepcats still leading 3-1.
And it looks like in the top of the third, both teams are going to have the top of the lineup start things off. Bob Babbitt-Person gets a single to left field. And then a deep fly from Burnside. That'll go to the center fielder, and Mills tracks that one down. A stolen base attempt, and it looks like he has plenty of wiggle room there as Bob Babbitt-Person makes his way to second. An absolute rope to right field will tie this game up. Schwinghammer has swung the hammer. You could hang your laundry on that one. It's a 3-3 ball game. 1 out. Frank Funk Jr. will come up with empty bases. He'll zing one past the first baseman. That'll be a single into right. Joey Moose up next. Thinks that's a good idea, and he will do the same. Runner advances to third. Runner's on the corner, 1 out. And it looks like a potential double play. No throw to first. The runner from third will score. It's a 4-3 ball game. 2 outs, top of the third. And Eric Belmont will hit a little dribbler back towards the pitcher. But the damage has already been done as Chicago answers Kansas City's earlier 3-run inning with their own, now securing a 4-3 lead.
Well, this is a close game at 4-3 as we head to the bottom of the third, and Zachary Lane pops out. The California Anchorage game going on the out-of-town scoreboard, anything but 9-1 in favor of Anchorage already in the top of the third. Quick ground out by Skelton will make it 2 outs. Matthew Braun will draw a walk, and that will not be a 1-2-3 inning for Coswe this time. Longpipe will get on board with an infield single, just barely got that out in front of the catcher far enough to make the difference. Deegan Beckendem will take his base on ball 4, but with the bases loaded and 2 outs, Julian Confer is going to fly out right to the right fielder, and that is going to end the inning. Still 4-3 in favor of Chicago. We head to the top of the fourth.
Looks like Pope got out of a jam, and now Joe Shiesty is going to try to capitalize on that, gets himself a single. A grounder to shortstop by Froby Kobe, and that will be a classic 6-4-3 double play, followed by a strikeout on Babbitt-Person for a unorthodox 1-2-3 inning.
It's going to be the bottom third of the Hepcats lineup here with Mills, Bryant, and Millhouse due up. Mills will line that right to Moose, the third baseman. Jaco Bryant Grounding it onto Bibberson, who throws on to first for out number 2. Corey Millhouse, short grounder in front of the catcher, and that's on to first as well. Quick 1-2-3 inning for Pope Cosby. As we go to the top of the 5th, Chicago still leads 4-3.
Larry Burnside's going to start things off. Grounder to shortstop. That'll be out number 1. Schwinghammer comes back, and he does it again! Schwinghammer with 2 consecutive home runs for himself, this time a solo shot, responsible for a full 80% of Chicago's offense so far.
Oof.
Frank Funk Jr. is going to line one past the third baseman. That'll be a single. Joey Moose, 1 out, 1 on first. Lines it to right. Runner stays. That'll bring up Bunting Bidoof with 2 outs, who will zip one past the second baseman. Runner stretches it to third and beats the throw. Runners on the corners, 2 outs, top of the 5th. That'll be a pop fly to right. And we have a 5-3 ball game as we cross the midway point, and California is putting up a bit of a comeback effort.
Ooh. After being now 9-1, it is now 9-7. It's a 2-run ball game on that out-of-town scoreboard. Keep an eye on that one. That could get interesting real quick. Zachary Lane is going to draw his walk. Off for second. Safe at second with a stolen bag is Lane. Mudcat Skelton is going to get on the strikeout. Pope Cosby notching their 13th out of the ball game, and now 14th after getting Matthew Braun on the strikeout. And Lenny Longpipe is going to go down on the strikeout as well. I believe that was striking out the side with Pope Cosby. After 5 innings, we head to the top of the 6th. Chicago still leads 5-3.
A dribbler over to first base and a quick tap from Braun. A strikeout. Shiesty and Froby Kobe both go down quick, and that'll bring us back to the top of the order with Bob Babbitt Person, 2 outs, nobody on. And a pop fly to left center. Cracked down by Mills will be a 1-2-3 inning. Bottom of the 6th, still 5-3.
It's going to be Beckendam, Confer, and Mills due up for the Kansas City lineup. Big Yosh has entered the game as the first reliever for the Kingpins. Deep fly ball by Beckendam, but it will be caught short of the track by Froby Kobe. Julian Confer will draw a walk. His ball number 4 is in the dirt. Kendrick Mills going to line that right to the first baseman, who makes the play. Diving back to first base is Confer. Did make it back safely. And Jacob Bryant is going to draw a walk to make it first and second with 2 outs. Base hit for Millhouse. That won't be deep enough to bring a run home, but now we have the bases loaded with 2 outs for Zachary Lane. Oh, but a pop fly to second base is going to end the threat. Kingpins get out of a bit of a jam there, and we head to the top of the 7th with Chicago still leading by 2 runs.
Despite having 3 runs and only 4 hits, that's the second time Kansas City has left the bases full to end the inning. Burnside and Schwinghammer both go down quickly. That'll bring up Frank Funk Jr., 2 outs, nobody on. Strike 3 looking, 1-2-3 inning again. We're going to quickly go through the 7th inning stretch. Still 5-3.
We got Skelton, Braun, and Longpipe due up for the Hepcats. Skelton going to go down on strikes against Big Yosh. Matthew Braun, the first baseman, hitting .343, second best average on the team in the playoffs, will face new pitcher Charles DeBall. And he'll go down on the strikeouts, so that .343 average will fall a little bit. Speaking of the best average on the team, that's Lenny Longpipe, the catcher. He's got 3 home runs and 10 RBIs so far this playoffs. And he's going to get another hit to bring up his .371 average to .389. That will be a single by Longpipe. Deegan Beckendam draws a walk on 4 pitches, and now we have first and second with 2 outs for Confer. Grounder first, and stepping on first is Schwinghammer. And that will be no score once again for the Hepcats. They haven't scored since the first inning. We head to the top of the 8th. Chicago still leading by 2 runs.
Tries to duck back and fool the ump. Ump says, no way. Sorry, Joey, that one was in the zone. Strike 3. That'll be a pop to right field. Cracked down by Millhouse, 2 outs. And Eric Belmont will lace a base hit into left field. Joe Shiesty up next. Runner on first, 2 outs, top of the 8th. That'll be another base hit, seeing if they can manufacture a couple runs here. Bottom of the order, Froby Kobe is going to try to keep this inning alive, and he does not do so. The force at second will leave 2 runners stranded. Still a 5-3 game. No scoring in a while now. Bottom of the eighth.
No way. Look at the out-of-town scoreboard. California has come
Whoa!
back to take a lead for the first time this game, 10-9. Meanwhile, back on the field, we have Kendrick Mills flying out to deep right center. And Jacob Bryant, on the full count, is going to get a infield hit off of Charles DeBall. Runner first, one out for Millhouse. Fly out to straightaway center field. Now it's going to be Zachary Lane. He grounds out to the second baseman. Almost didn't beat that out, but the play did get made in time by the Kingpins defense heading to the top of the ninth, 5-3.
Top of the ninth, top of the order, Bob Babbitt Person is going to take a walk. Not Babbitt technically, but still on base. Looks like potential for a double play. No throw to first, though. Runner out at second, fielder's choice. Schwinghammer, strike 3. 2 outs, runner on first. And he tries to go to second. He does so successfully. A lot of stealing this game, it seems. And a strike 3 will leave him stranded in scoring position. Kansas City finds themselves down 2 runs. Only 3 outs to play with.
Can they walk it off to send it to the World Series, or will Chicago force a Game 6? We will find out this inning. Mudcat Skelton against Charles DeBall will end in a strikeout for Skelton. Matthew Braun, the first baseman, bases empty. Evan Beeler steps in to pitch. Fly ball into center field, and that's going to drop. That will be a base hit for Matthew Braun. Hepcats have a base runner. Lighting long pipe lines it right to the third baseman, and now the hopes lie with Beckendam, who will get a base hit. That's going to advance the runner. He's heading for third. Braun to third. Runners on first and third. Confer, the DH, is going to strike out with the tying run on first. And Chicago will take the win in game number 5 here, forcing a game number 6. We will watch that game live as well. Kingpins definitely not going down without a fight here. After taking the win here, 5-3, we won't go too far over the batting or the pitching real quick. Just gonna talk about the decisions real quick. The win goes to Pope Cosby, lost to Jake Pliskin, save to Evan Beeler. The player of the game, Hamish Swinghammer or Hamish. I apologize. 2 for 5 for Swinghammer with 3 RBIs and 2 runs scored. As you mentioned, at one point responsible for 80% of Chicago's. And at the end of the game, 80% of Chicago's runs. Actually, he participated in 100% of those runs, 3 RBIs and 2 runs scored. So Schwinghammer, a great day at the plate for Chicago, helping the Kingpins stay alive in this one.
And the dramatic comeback was completed
Wow.
by the California Firehawks. Final score 11-9 after Anchorage pumped out all 9 of their runs in the first 2 innings. California fought back hard quickly with 6 runs coming in the next 2 and then 4 runs coming in the final 4. We got multi-hit days everywhere for California, so I'm not going to talk about them. Good job, all of you.
21 hits. That is wild. Blow Pop, you still there?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay.
As for decisions, we're going to get no decision to start for either pitcher, nor for the first bullpen appearance. Then we're going to get the win issued to Wilson and the loss issued to Hackenbush, the third pitcher for each team, and a save goes to Pettit as well. Player of the game is Arthur Morgan. Probably a lot of hits because he was in that mess of a lot of people with a lot of hits.
Yeah, 3 for 5, 2 RBIs, 2 runs, and a walk. Well, we have our 3-2 leaders for the series. It's going to be California, the favored team over Anchorage, and Kansas City, the underdog, on the other side of the coin. So I'll go ahead and update the tracker real quick to make sure that that is reflecting. And then we'll go ahead and save the game. And we went through the majors already, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So that will do it for September 29th. And it's my birthday in the sim, not in real life.
Happy birthday, Shu.
No minors games. It's a travel day for them. But we do have these 2 major series tied at 2 apiece, We're gonna see which um, we're gonna see which teams take a 3-2 lead. But first, we will check to see if there's any changes um, for the majors. Serpent said no changes. Crabs do have changes, so we will make those changes real quick for you, Crabs. Stamina check. Dion, 31%. Ronlin, 13. Nola, 67%. Linkrab, 31%. Palvian Jr., 56%. And Papa Freddy at 27%. Left-handed pitcher lineup changes. We'll go ahead and make those. Dordovic, Slokanen, Love, Johnson, Ruiz, Lemon, Krustis, 43 Senior, Q. Save. Alright. Any further changes, Crabs? Let us know. Scorpions, I wanted to make a change. Farnworth to Middle Leaf. Normal usage. He's already at normal usage. Did you want that secondary role removed, Cal? Or do you want to keep him at high leverage? And Baxter to normal usage. Okay. They're both at middle relief normal usage now. Farnworth at high leverage, Baxter at stopper. Let me know if you want either of those secondary roles removed or changed. Sloths, anything? They said we good, but I think that was for the previous game.
Yeah, I think so. Looks like crabs are typing.
Okay. Miners teams, too, if you have your changes, go ahead and get those in. It looks like 3 of you already have said something. So, we'll wait for the crabs and maybe the scorpions and sloths. Okay, crabs. Crabs. Oh, that's sloths. Derp and derp. Okay, sloths. Palvan Jr. to middle leaf. Use more often. Papa Freddy to middle leaf. And use less often. And check stamina again for Papa Freddy. 66% for relief pitcher Papa Freddy. Ronlin to none specified, avoid high leverage. I'm assuming no secondary for Ronlin. Please let me know if that's not the case, or if you have any more changes. We'll be happy to make them. Just want to make sure that we're not missing anything. Scorpions do have a change here. Scorpions say change Farmer's secondary role to stopper and remove Baxter's secondary role. How's that look, Cal? Crabs say looks fine. Nothing from the sloths. Crabs and serpents already verified. Scorpions typing. Oh, scorpions verified. Okay, so sloths, if you have any changes to make, let us know. We'll go ahead and quick sim the other.
And even though it doesn't matter for quick sims, just while
Yeah.
we're here and before we forget, let's turn off the out of town scoreboard.
Oh, it's been on for the entire time. It just shouldn't matter. um.
But when we get in the next live streamed game, it will matter.
Oh yes. Yeah, it will. I guess since we're yeah, okay. We'll go ahead and go into the manager view real quick and turn off out of town. Just to do a little prep work there. All right, so while we're waiting for the sloths, if they have any changes, we will do the Serpent Scorpions game. So, Blow Pop, you ready to take us through this one?
I am indeed.
All right, lead us into it. Big dramatic reveal.
Series tied at 2. We're going to see who comes away with the advantage of putting the other team's feet against the fire. Seattle versus Death Valley. Survey says Seattle with a final score of 8-5. Another pretty high scoring affair between these two teams. We have Duncan going 3 for 5 for Death Valley. Big showing. Unfortunately, Seattle was able to share the load a little bit, and while no one had 3 hits on their side of the ball, they were still able to manufacture a bunch of runs, including, but not limited to, a 5-run top of the 4th inning. As for the pitching, Sims is going to pick up the loss. 3.2 innings, 7 runs total, only 6 earned. And Straight Gas Homie will get the win on the bump to start the day. 6.2 innings, 3 earned runs, quality start. And a save will also be picked up at the end of the game by Singh. Straight Gas Homie's quality start will be a player of the game performance.
All right. Nothing from the Sloths. So I'm gonna guess that we're ready to move on. Delete index? No, we're not gonna delete the index. In fact, we're gonna save. Just because you said that, we're gonna save just to make sure that we have the backup. um, Sloths, crabs. Nothing from the sloths, so I'm gonna assume that they're good. Here we go with game number 5 of the San Antonio Sloths versus the Providence Crabs. Series tie at 2. Who's going to take the Who's going to take the 1-game lead in the series and take their 3rd win of the series? The winner of game number 5 of the Legends Conference Finals is the Providence Crabs, 8-0 in
Ooh.
favor of the Crabs, out hitting the Sloths 10-6. Big shutout for the Crabs. 2 hits for Ezra Oatmeal. Only 1 hit for anyone else on the San Antonio side. On the side of Providence, 2 for 3 with 3 runs scored for Bergamot Lemon, the second baseman. 5 RBIs on a 2 for 4 day for Jose 43 Sr. That is a fantastic day. Looks like a 3-run homer and a maybe yeah 3-run homer and probably a 2 RBI double here for Jose 43 Sr. Um, what a day. Sports Boy 57 will get the win, 7 shutout innings, giving up only 4 hits and a walk. Noah Nola completes the team effort shutout with 2 innings, giving up 2 hits and 1 walk, and no earned runs. Savannah Lee Kudowitz struggles in the 4th inning, particularly. Gets pulled then. Sports Boy 57 is your player of the game with that solid start on the mound for the Crabs. All right, that will do it for the majors. We have our 2 teams leading, those being Providence and Seattle. I'll go ahead and update the crawler real quick here for the Providence Sloths series. And there should be no minors games because it's a travel day, so we will advance the day to October 1st and save the game. Travel day for the majors as they prep for Game 6. Majors GMs, please let us know if you have any changes in your channels. Minors teams, we do have some changes tagging us. So we'll go ahead and make those changes, and then we will go ahead and roll on into our 4 Game 6s. We'll be watching every single Game 6 of these 4 series, and all the Game 7s that we need to watch. Hepcats will be first on the change list here. Changing starting pitcher Larac to 60 pitch count. Okay, 60. Final save. And just to check, I'm going to go to lineups and then back to pitching. Yep, there we go, 60. And move first base Braun to bat. I'm guessing this is versus
This
right.
is both.
This is both, okay. Move first baseman Braun to bat second. We'll do them one at a time. Braun to second, and then DH Confer to bat third. Then Mills to bat sixth. And Skelton to bat seventh. Oh, versus right-handed and left-handed. Now I see that. Okay, so Braun and Confer, and then Mills and Skelton are switching spots in the lineup for both sides. Is it Mills and Confer? Mills and Skeleton. So wait, what? Wait, hold on. Confer and Braun. Oh, wait, I'm trolling. Okay, Braun to bat second, and then Confer to bat third, and then Skeleton and Mills 6, 7. Mills, Skeleton. Okay,
Mhm.
got it.
And then, as promised, Rapid does have questions now that we are reaching Game 6.
All right. Rabbit wants to see stamina. We can do that. Wheeler's Bullpen, Flame Dragon at 87%, Hackenbush 67, Diaz 100%, Daring 72%, Deity 100%, Kawaguchi 100%, Littlefield 49% tired. We will turn Vienna off. Thank you, Scud, for the reminder. Kingpins wanted a stamina check. I clicked on Firehawks by mistake. Kingpins, stamina check. Big Yosh at 68. Onor at 89. Debal 48. Beeler 91. Buendia 64. And Lynch 73. Firehawks want a stamina check as well. Okay. Oh wow, you guys got a lot of relief pitchers. Lemmy Pettit 96%, Carl Wilson 93%, Brian Wilson 69%. Nice. Girk Biglet 38%, John Marston at 100, Matthew West 100, Tyrone White at 89, Johnny Whiplash at 100, Tahini Lord 100, Sloth Nation 100. Wheelers have a change. Toussaint as well, SP number 2. Jacques Toussaint is at 26% exhausted. So he just pitched. You got Big Noof scheduled at 100% and then Joey at 58%. Kingpins have a change. Debal to none specified. Avoid high leverage, none on the secondary. Lynch to closer, 9th or later. File save. Buendia, mid relief, use less often, high leverage. Alright, Kingpins and Wheelers and Firehawks, all three of them are typing. Check Beeler again. Beeler's at 91% for relief pitcher. Wheelers have a change. Looks like that's their only change. Littlefield to none specified. Avoid high leverage. Alright. Wheelers, there's a change. Rabbit said the rest is good. So Hepcats and Wheelers are both good. Kingpins have another change. They want Big Yosh. That's not the Kingpins. They want. I'm like, where's Yosh? I don't see him. Big Yosh to Specialist versus left, no secondary. Specialist versus left, no secondary. Extra large BNN. That'd be kind of funny. Just blocks the whole screen. Okay. Sarah looks good.
No
Question
Firehawks
mark.
change.
Firehawks. Okay. Firehawks. Say Matthew West needs to go to stopper. 8th and close. And then none on the last one. Girk Biglet at middle relief used less often. Lemmy Pettit, middle relief less often. High leverage. All right. Firehawks looks good? Question mark. Go ahead and save. Kingpins and Firehawks just waiting on confirmation, and then we are all set to go. Majors GMs, I only see a message from the Crabs so far, so be sure to let us know if you have any changes for Game 6. Fire.
Firehawks gave a thumbs up.
Nice. I see Sarah's typing. Sarah's good. Alright, cool. Changes have been made. Save. Game has been saved. And now it's time to watch game number 6 of these two series. We watched Kansas City Hepcats Chicago Kingpins last, so might as well watch the Wheelers Firehawks.
Sure.
The Hepcats the Hepcat
Spread it out.
I was gonna say make the Hepcat fan blow pop sweat a little bit more. We'll make him wait.
Let's double check, even though I saw you do it, let's double check that BNN is off.
Yes, thank you. Okay, it is off. The widget will show up. I will pause after the first out of the game and make sure that that gets removed from the screen so that it won't bother anyone. Because it definitely will bother me. But here we go. Let's get a prediction going for these for the Anchorage Wheelers versus the California Firehawks. Some suggested predictions include total double plays over under 1.5, total Ks 11.5, margin of victory 3.5 runs, total hits 19.5, stolen bases 4.5 total. So pick and choose your favorite mod, whoever's doing the predictions. Couple of player notes here from courtesy of the stat team. Justin Justice, right fielder for the Wheelers, led the Wheelers offense in round 1 of the playoffs, hitting over 400 for average with 2 home runs and an OPS of over 1.4, winning him the MVP honors. On the side of the Firehawks, Wilkins McClobber, their leadoff hitter, had a memorable season, leading his team in WAR with 5.2. McClobber also hit 16 home runs, bringing in 65 runs while doing so, and stole 53 bases while being caught 16 times. Prediction is live. Thank you, Attica. I'm assuming you are the one that created it, since you said that's live. Total hits over under 19.5. You got about a minute and a half left to get those submissions in. Below pop, these two teams have been fighting a little bit. Anchorage, if I'm not mistaken, took a 2-0 lead in the series, only for California to come back for 3 straight wins now, especially in that last game where California was down 9-1. Do you think that do you think the Firehawks have the momentum now? Did they just have a little bit of time to get going?
I would say at least they've juiced themselves up a little bit. I think the series did start 1-1, but either way they did come back from down 2-1. Now it's 3-2 in their favor, and like you said, there was that massive comeback effort, and I think that might have taken some wind out of the sails of Anchorage, at least if it was like real life and they had emotions and weren't just bits of code.
The lines of code have emotions, man.
I've watched
I
iRobot.
believe. I believe. Okay, Anchorage, then California, then Anchorage, then California, then California. So okay, they've been alternating a little bit, but California has won the last 2, and especially with the last one, they had a lot of momentum shift in their favor. So this will be an interesting one to see whether California can punch their ticket to the World Series, or if Anchorage will tie it up at 3 and force a Game 7. Submissions have closed for our predictions, so we are going to go ahead and head on into game. Blowpop, do you want to do the away or home team for this one?
I'll let you pick. I picked last time.
All right. Why don't I take us into game, since you took us into game last time? So I'll lead us off with the Wheelers facing off against starting pitcher from the Firehawks, Andrew Alexander. We are going to start the game, and then we will pause for the first out to get rid of the out-of-town scoreboard for you all. Ness Kind is going to start us off with a deep drive into right field, though. All the way back to the track goes the right fielder, Caleb Marco. And he'll put the glove on it for out number 1. Continuing on with, wait, what just happened? Oh, for some reason it skipped ahead to the bottom of the first. I don't know what just happened there.
Oh. Well, then it's my turn, apparently.
Right. No runs, no
Looks
hits
like...
scored. It was a 1-2-3 inning for the
Right,
first inning.
yeah.
So nothing much missed.
Classic OTP stuff, working as intended. The Prince Fry is going to be in the 3 spot with 2 outs, nobody on. That'll be a base hit laced to right. He will try to stretch that to second with a steal. Looks like he does so successfully. And Arthur Morgan is going to possibly bring him home. Gunned down from left field. What an
Wow.
absolute shot coming out of Ziziz. That'll
Huge
prevent the
play.
run and end the inning.
Yeah, huge play at the plate for the Wheelers defense. And now they'll take to the bats now with Justice flying out. Jackson Flood, though, will get on board. First hit of the day for the Wheelers. Mr. Alligator, the third baseman, is going to drop that one in front of the left fielder. Now we have first and second with 1 out for Kami Toman, the catcher. And that's going to get over the head of the shortstop. Another bloop single. And we have the bases loaded for Calavera, the second baseman. And that's going to be a wild pitch. Apollo going after it, but not going to be able to come up with it in time before the run scores. Runners advance to second and third. And now Calavera will fly out to deep center field. The runner does not go for the plate. There's no sacrifice fly there for Calavera. Ziz is going to draw a walk. Now we have the bases loaded for Ness Kind. Grounder to the pitcher, and he's going to beat it out. Ness Kind with an RBI single. That will score Alligator. Now the bases are still loaded with 2 outs for Max Power, who strikes out to end the inning. Wheelers put 2 runs on the board on 4 hits, and we head to the bottom of the second.
Lord Burrow III will check swing, strike 3. Should have committed to that one, kiddo. That'll bring up Apollo, the only on-fire batter in the entire game, apparently. And shows us exactly why, with a base hit laced perfectly up the middle. French Fry is going to ground to shortstop, who's going to turn the classic 6-4-3 double play, and that will be an unconventional 1-2-3 inning. Going to head to the top of the third, still 2-0.
3-4-5 hitters due up. Outlaw Dipper, the center fielder, is going to foul out. Justin Justice with a quick ground out to the second baseman, Salmon Arms. Jackson Flood with a deep drive into right field, all the way back to the home insurance sign. But it's going to be reeled in by Caleb Marco, the right fielder. Still 2-0 Anchorage as we head to the bottom of the third now.
Vladdy Guerrero is going to pop one past the feet of shortstop. Couldn't quite range that one out. Salmon Arms flies it to right. Glad he has to stay at first. That'll set us to the top of the order. Runner on first, 1 out, bottom of the third. McClobber takes the walk. Marco up, 1 runner in scoring position, and he advances to third on a steal. Aggressive base running there. Plays down an infield single. They get the runner at second. Fielder's choice. Glad he can't make it home. And they will prevent the run being scored all inning. Still 2-0 as we head to the top of the fourth.
Let's see if Anchorage can add to this lead. California looking for their 4th win in this series. Anchorage looking to force it to a Game 7. And with a strikeout by Mr. Alligator, that will bring up Kami Toman with the bases empty and 1 out. And that's a deep drive to left field, 395 feet. This one is history. Kami Toman, the catcher, with their 3rd home run of the playoffs, will put the Anchorage Wheelers up now 3-0. Now it's going to be Manny Calavera, the second baseman. Fly ball to right center field. Marco will put the glove on it for out number 2. And Ziz is going to strike out. That's strikeout number 3 for Andrew Alexander on the mound. 4th inning is done for Anchorage, but not quite done for California. They'll step into the box now.
Arthur Morgan lays down a base hit, trying to see if he can break Big Noof's box score and put California on the board. 4-6-3 double play says maybe not just yet, though. That'll bring up Stellan Apollo. And with a cross diamond throw, that will be another 1-2-3 inning for the Anchorage Wheelers. Top of the fifth, still 3-0.
Will Anchorage add to this 3-run lead? Ness Kind will lead it off. Base hit to the center fielder. That'll be a single for the first baseman. Max Power, the DH. With a bit of power on that one, sending that into left field for a single. Ness Kind to third. Outlaw Dipper grounds out to the third baseman. Over to first, they do get the batter. But that will be. Oh, no, they didn't get the batter. Dipper actually beat that out. That's going to be an infield single and an RBI for Outlaw Dipper. 4-0 Anchorage. Base hit from Justice makes it bases loaded. Jackson Flood is going to get that one. That didn't even look like it was fair, but the game just had a weird animation. 2 RBI double for Jackson Flood, and the Wheelers increase it to 6-0. Andrew Alexander still pitching, and he's going to give up another hit to Mr. Alligator, the third baseman. That is a 2-run single as Anchorage is now up 8-0.
We've seen this before.
We have seen this before, but it was earlier in the game last time. Kami Toman will ground out to the shortstop, and Calavera pops out to the second baseman. Can California do it again and come back from this big deficit? They don't have as many innings to do it in this one, but we'll see. Bottom of the fifth coming up.
15 outs to play with. Down 8 runs. French Fry is going to take the free base on balls. And another 4-6-3 double play. Gets Gladys Guerrero out as well as French Fry. And Salmon Arms is going to get tossed out at first. Flood makes the rangy play for another unconventional 1-2-3 inning.
Top of the sixth. Anchorage with an 8-0 lead. It's going to have Zizes draw a walk against John Marston. Came in to pitch last inning. Ness Kind will draw a walk after it looked like a pass ball there that advanced Zizes to second. Grounder to first, over to second for one, back over to first, double play. 3-6-3 turned beautifully. Outlaw Dipper will draw a walk, and now we have first and third with 2 outs for Justin Justice. Grounder to first, pitcher covering, and that is going to be out number 3. Anchorage still up 8-0 as we head to the bottom of the sixth. We'll see if they can get some runs on the board.
Escape a little bit of a jam, possible retaliation here. Wilson McClobber strikes out to start things off in the bottom of the sixth. That'll bring up Marco with the bases empty and 1 out. We'll see what Caleb can do here. A little bloop dribbler over to first base who just taps the bag.
Oh.
And LaPrince Fry is going to have a lazy roller that goes over the shortstop's head and stretch that into a no-throw stolen base. Runner in scoring position for Arthur Morgan, who will ground it to third, who gets it over to first, but the first baseman bobbles it. That's an error. But no damage done.
Wow.
As they get a fly to left. Weird inning, but still no runs for the California Firehawks. 8-0.
Nice recovery there by the Wheelers defense. That could have been a lot messier than it was. Jackson Flood is going to draw a walk, 4th walk issued by John Marston, and that will be the last walk issued in this game by John Marston as he's pulled for Tyrone White. Single by Alligator will push Flood to second. Taman goes down on the strikeout. Now it's first and second with 1 out for Manny Calavera, the second baseman. Grounder to second, over to second for 1, back over to first. Textbook 4-6-3 double play. Anchorage still leads 8-0 as we head to the stretch.
I've seen a shirt that says 6 + 4 + 3 = 2, and I thought it was very cute as Apollo flies out. French Fry is going to also fly out, but significantly farther away from the plate. And Gladys Guerrero will ground it to third for another 1-2-3 inning. Anchorage defense and pitching doing excellent so far, and their bats aren't doing half bad either.
Absolutely, and those bats will get another chance here to extend their 8-run lead. Zizes grounds out to third base for out number 1. Ness Kind will draw to walk. Max Power, he's 1 for 4 on the day, and he'll make it 2 for 5 with a single. Kind advances to second. Outlaw Dipper. Fly ball into right center field off the top of the wall. That will remain in play. No home run there for Dipper, but a little bit higher, and that might have been gone. That's going to be a 2 RBI double for Outlaw Dipper, extending the Wheelers' lead to 10-0. Justin Justice, the right fielder, is going to draw a walk here. And I think at this point, if you're the Firehawks, you got to start focusing on what you need to do for Game 7. It's not looking too good for California here. Crazier things have happened, though. Very possible that that a win could be had here by California, but they're going to need a lot of effort to pull this off, especially with the run scoring single by Alligator, extending the Wheelers' lead to 11 now, 11-0. Kami Toman fly out to right field, and that's going to do it for the inning. We head to the bottom of the 8th. California needs to put some runs on the board here. They can't leave this mountain to the 9th.
11 runs, 6 outs, got themselves about a 2-to-1 ratio, and it's getting steeper with that strikeout from Salmon Arms. 1 out. We're going to head back to the top of the order as Wilkins McClobber hits a ground ball up the middle. Runner on first. Caleb Marco with 1 on, 1 out will hit a laser into the right field corner. That's definitely a double, possibly stretch it to a triple. He says no, and they are on the board, so at least it's not a shutout. 11-1, the lead has been cut down. Still double digits, but progress has been made. A fly out to center is going to advance the runner. We got a runner on third, 2 outs. And the base hit will cut the lead down to single digits. The dream is alive with the sound of music. Arthur Morgan getting himself an RBI. That'll bring up Lord Burrow III, who laces a base hit past the
No.
jumping third baseman. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Stellan Apollo will strike out. So no 11-run comeback just yet. They're going to need at least a second inning of scoring in order to do it. 11-2, top of the ninth.
If California can come back from this in the bottom of the 9th, that would be wild. Calavera is going to fly out. It's going to be Ziz's against Brian Wilson, who entered the game at the top of the inning. Ziz's flies out. Now it's going to be Ness Kind going down. Oh, no, that was not a strikeout. That was a walk on a full count. Runner on first now for Max Power. Sharp grounder to third base, over to second for the fielder's choice. That'll bring us to the bottom of the 9th. California last shot at it here. They need 9 to tie, 10 to walk it off.
We'll see if AJ has indeed flipped his weird stuff happens when I stream switch. Starts things off with a base hit to left, so I'm going to hit you with a solid maybe for now. We'll come back later when things are more definitive. Gladdy Ferrero. Looks like a diving catch made in center there. Well done to steal the base hit away from him. And another line shot to left. Back-to-back ropes that get caught by the outfielders. Make that 3? No, it drops in the grass. Runners on first and second, 2 outs, 9 runs to go. A walk loads the bases, and that'll bring up the 3-hole hitter, LaPrince Fry. And a lazy dribbler to second will end the game. 11-2, and the series is now tied at 3 games apiece. Anchorage comes back with a resounding response after the Game 5 embarrassment. Definitely the kind of momentum you want to see if you are on the Wheelers. Lots of multi-hit outings, specifically Alligator going 4 for 5 with 3 RBIs. Heck of a day. Have yourself an afternoon, kid. On California's side, the big standout would be Arthur Morgan going 3 for 4 with that 1 RBI late in the game that we saw out of him. Alexander's going to pick up the loss. 8 earned runs in 4 innings pitched. Over on Anchorage's side, we're going to have Big Noof picking up another win. 7 innings of shutout ball. And even though that's almost as good as you can get, Alligator's massive offense is still going to get that player of the game performance for him.
Noof had a game, my goodness. But there will be a Game 7 for the Wheelers Firehawks series. But that's going to have to wait until at least... we'll have to wait till October 2nd. In the sim, not in real life. Don't worry, we're not going to make you wait multiple months to find out.
See y'all in like 9 weeks.
But before we get to that Game 7, we will get to the Hepcats Kingpins Game 6. Now, this should be... let's get a prediction going now. We did do all of the changes beforehand, so we are all set to roll here. But the Hepcats versus the Kingpins here is a very interesting matchup. We talked about it a little bit at the top of the stream. But this is a pretty big rivalry between these two teams. And to have it go to Game 6, that's very exciting. But to have that potential to go to Game 7 is even more exciting for both of these teams, I think. I think, well, actually, I would say that Hepcats probably don't want it to go to Game 7. They probably want to finish it off here. But the prospect of a
My
Game
opinions,
7 is exciting for the fans.
my
What's
opinions as manager and as streamer are directly conflicting. So
the fans that have no horse in this battle are probably excited to see this potentially go to a Game 7. While we get the prediction going here, couple more player notes for you. We have Robert James on the side of. Wait, what? Where's Robert James? Why is Robert James listed? I don't know. That's weird.
uh,
I was gonna talk about Robert James, but they're not listed in the opening lineup. All right, never mind then. We'll talk about the Hepcats. Deegan Beckenham had a solid season, hitting 297 at the plate against the Kingpins. He was dangerous as well, hitting 333 over 12 games against Chicago, drawing 5 walks and driving in 12 Hepcats. He wasn't the only Hepcat terrorizing Kingpins pitching, though, since Lenny Longpipe had a good season hitting with 317 average. However, against the Kingpins, he wasn't exactly stellar at the plate, batting just 234 with 4 RBIs. He did have patience against their pitching, though, with 7 walks and 8 strikeouts. Chicago Kingpins, as we can see, Frank Funk Jr. performing very well against Lowell Larac, the starting pitcher for the Hepcats here. 9 for 17 on the season, or I think that's on career actually. 9 for 17 with 529 average. Larry B. Burnside, 9 for 16 with 563. One of the Kingpins' top hitters, already doing well against that starting pitcher. That's a bad look for the Kingpins. You don't want to see this guy at the plate in a clutch situation. Prediction is live. Total strikeouts 14.5. You only have about half a minute left, so be sure to get those predictions in. But Blow Pop, this is Game 6 now. Kansas City definitely not wanting to push it to a Game 7. Chicago definitely wanting to push it to a Game 7. What are your thoughts here as Hepcat's GM?
I mean, I'm starting to like wax poetic of, if we don't win this game, it's not a do or die situation at the moment, but one way or the other, win or lose, the end is approaching in the next 3 days for me. So it's like, oh, I don't know. This was a good time. So thanks to all the Kansas City Hepcats throughout the 6 or so years that I've been involved for making this as enjoyable of an experience as it was.
Very well said. Very well said. D-Man says, imagine if the best record in the minor league loses in the championship series. Yeah, this is the best record in the minors of the Chicago Kingpins, and they are down 3-2. Kansas City Hepcats looking for an upset in either Game 6 or Game 7. They just need to win one of them to punch their ticket to the World Series, while the Chicago Kingpins need both to advance. So which team is going to take Game number 6? Will the Hepcats clinch? Or will the Kingpins force a game number 7, much like our other minors series? Prediction is done. We are ready to get on into game, and we will do so with the Kansas City Hepcats starting lineup against starting pitcher Benny Sheets for the Chicago Kingpins. Sheets in the playoffs so far, 6 innings with only 1 earned run. Had a solid start so far for the playoffs. With a fly out by Lane and a walk by Braun. Kind of splits the good-bad differential there with the first 2 batters. But Confer is going to go down on the strikeout. And now it's Lenny Longpipe. Shallow fly ball. Almost gets it out to the outfield, but the shortstop, Shiesty Jr., on the move is going to put the glove on the ball for out number 3. We head to the bottom of the first, no score.
LaRock on the bump as Bob Babbitt Person and the rest of the Chicago Kingpins are going to try their darndest to put a ball over their famous Ivy in the outfield. Burnside takes the walk, so we have another strikeout walk start from the other team. Burnside, however, stretches that one to second base via a steal, and a base hit to center advances him to third. No score just yet. We got runners on the corners, 1 out, and a very shallow fly will keep them both there from Funk. Moose will take a walk. The bases are loaded, and Bunting Bidoof has an opportunity to start this game off with a bang. Unfortunately, that does not quite happen, and it's third base gets the out the hard way, throwing to second instead of either the bag or the runner, but you do you, guy.
It's going to be Beckendom, Mills, and Skelton due up against Benny Sheets here. Beckendom will get on board with a single. First hit of the day for the Wheelers. Kendrick Mills draws a walk, and now we have first and second with no outs for Skelton. Strike 3 is the call. Or I guess strike 3 on the swing and the miss, I should say. We strike out number 2 on the day for Benny Sheets, but with a RBI double, 2-run double for Jaco Bryant. The Hepcats are going to jump out to a 2-0 lead here in the top of the second. Ground ball to shortstop for Millhouse will be out number 2, but Lane will get a base hit. But out at the plate, side retired. Bad base running decision by Jaco Bryant there, or by the third base coach who may have waved him. 2-0 though, Hepcats as we head to the bottom of the second.
Mano, you cursed us. You doomed us. Never compliment Kansas City's third base coach. I've learned. I've known. Runner on first, 1 out, and looks like another double play opportunity. No dice, though. Fielder's choice, as Froby Kobe takes first. Bob Babbitt person is going to get a fly out to short, as Zachary Lane has to run out to the outfield and track that one down.
Top of the third, it's Matthew Braun, the first baseman. 3-1 pitch is inside for ball 4. Third walk issued by Benny Sheets today. Julian Confer. A fly ball into center field. That's going to be out number 1. Long pipe. The runner on first and 1 out. Foul territory. It's playable. And Bidoof will make the grab. Beckendom. Grounder past the second baseman. They throw to third to prevent the runner from advancing. Now it's first and second with 2 outs for Mills. Deep drive to left, but not enough juice. That's gonna fall short of the track. And caught for out number 3. Still 2-0 in favor of the Hepcats as we head to the bottom of the third.
Second time through the order as the 2-hole takes a walk to start things off for Chicago. Burnside advances over to first. Schwinghammer will stand still while Burnside gets thrown out trying to steal second. First caught stealing I think I've seen today. Schwinghammer will replace his buddy at first, though, with another walk of his own. Funk will ground out to first. Runner advances, runner in scoring position, 2 outs, and a passed ball or wild pitch, I can't tell which one it is, pushes him over to third. A base hit will score, capitalizing on that opportunity, and it's 2-1 Chicago with a runner on first, 2 outs in the bottom of the third. Strike 3 will end the inning, but not before Chicago is able to cut the deficit in, I believe, half is how the math works out there.
It is indeed. Skelton, first up, is going to ground out to the third baseman. Jaco Bryant with a base hit. That's going to be his second hit of the ball game. He's 2 for 2 with 2 RBIs now. Corey Millhouse with the grounder second over to second base for the fielder's choice. No relay throw to first, so no double play. And going down on the strikeout is Zachary Lane, so Benny Sheets gets through the inning with minimal scare, I should say. No damage done. 2-1, Kansas City still leads heading to the bottom of the fourth.
Bottom third of the lineup for Chicago is at the plate. Eric Belmont starting things off. Joe Shiesty, runner on first. A laser to first, and Belmont wisely goes back. Does not get caught. Grounder to third, and then a walk. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. And a base hit goes past second. And an absolute missile from right field, gunned in by Millhouse, will prevent the run and end the inning. Another thrown out at home in this game, one for each team.
Braun, Confer, and long pipe due up. Braun's going to fly out to right. Confer lines that out right to center field, and now it's long pipe to catcher. Pop fly, shallow left side. Third baseman is going to make the grab. As Joey Moose puts the glove on the ball for out number 3. We head to the bottom of the fifth. Still 2-1 Hepcats.
Less harm into pitch now. Going to strike out Hamish Schwinghammer. That'll bring up Frank Funk Jr., who will also strike out. Joey Moose will be the third batter of the inning. And 3 consecutive strikeouts. The
Ooh.
last one thrown by literally 1984. It'll be a 1-2-3 inning, all Ks for Kansas City.
We head to the top of the 6th now. Beckendam will fly out to straightaway center field. Froby Kobe puts the glove on the ball for out number 1. Kendrick Mills grounds that to short over to first for out number 2, and now it's going to be Mudcat Skelton. Lines that into the corner in right field. That's going to be a base hit and extra bases at that. Skelton safe at second with a double. Jacob Bryant, fly ball into center field, but that will end the inning. Hepcats get a runner into scoring position, but can't bring him across to score. We head to the bottom of the 6th now. Kansas City still leads, but it's narrow lead 2-1.
Low-scoring affair as literally 1984 continues the strikeout streak that the Hepcats have put together so far. It now makes at least 4 consecutive batters. And the dream is dead. Fly out to center for out number 2. And a ground to second for out number 3. That'll be another quick inning for the KC defense. As we head to the top of the 7th, still 2-1. Not a lot of offense today.
Hepcats probably not content with this one-run lead. We'll be looking to extend it. And with a walk drawn by Corey Millhouse, they're off to a good start for the inning. Zachary Lane goes down the strikeout, though. And now it's going to be Matthew Braun against new pitcher Evan Beeler. And the runner is going to beat the throw. Stolen base by Millhouse. Braun, however, will pop fly that one to the catcher. Julian Confer, base hit. That will be a single and an RBI as Millhouse comes around to score. Hepcats extend their lead 3-1 now. 2-run lead for Kansas City. Lenny Longpipe looking to make it more, but he won't do it in this inning. That's a pop fly to the shortstop for out number 3. Time for the stretch as we head to the bottom of the 7th.
Everybody's all limbered up, so Froby Kobe will start things off with a grounder to short. Bob Babbitt, person at the top of the order, is going to get a base hit to center. Runner on first, 1 out. And another base hit to the outfield. Put runners on first and second, bringing up Schwinghammer. And they're just going to keep manufacturing some small ball offense as we've loaded the bases. Frank Funk Jr. will ground into a double play as literally 1984 gets out of an absolute jam. 3 hits, no damage done in the inning.
It's going to be Beckendam going down on the strikeout against Evan Beeler. 1 out, bases empty for Kendrick Mills. Strike 3 called on the fastball. That's strikeout number 2 on the day for Evan Beeler. Mudcat Skelton, the third baseman. He's going to ground that to the shortstop over to first for out number 3. Quick 1-2-3 inning for Evan Beeler. We head to the bottom of the 8th to see if the Chicago Kingpins can put up some more runs. It's 3-1 Kansas City.
Joey Moose will take a free base on balls. Pitching changes. Irma Gerd comes in. Definitely not the beneficiary of rampant nepotism from our commissioner. And turns a kind of 1-2-3 inning. Sort of. Asterisk.
Jacob Bryant, the second baseman, ground out to the shortstop. Corey Millhouse grounds out to the second baseman. So back-to-back groundouts induced by Evan Beeler against the Hepcats lineup. But Zachary Lane will not ground out. He will draw a walk. He's off for second, though, trying to stretch it into a stolen base, but he's unsuccessful as he gets gunned down by the catcher Bunting Bidoof. We head to the bottom of the 9th to see if Chicago can walk it off or if Kansas City will punch their ticket to the World Series.
Dicey Jr. starts things off with a strikeout, 2 runs, 2 outs to get him in for Chicago. Froby Kobe is going to ground it to short. That'll be out number 2. And it is do or die time for the top of the order as Bob Babbitt person pops it to the catcher. And Lenny Longpipe is going to secure the final out and push Kansas City into the Minor League World Series, defeating Chicago 3-1 in Game 6, taking the series 4-2. Low offense outing that we saw. A couple of near manufactured innings. Only 2 hit games. Nobody even hit 3. Shame on everyone. Lots of pitchers being used this game. Only 2 point something innings apiece for Kansas City. And it looks like the win is going to be issued to less harm before Ermagerd gets the save to close out the game. Sheets is going to pick up the loss. 5 innings, 2 earned runs. Pretty good start. Just wasn't a lot of offense behind him. But in any case, it's enough for Benny Sheets to get the Player of the Game award.
All right, just updating the crawler real quick here. But there you go. Kansas City wins the series 4-2. No game 7 for that series. Hepcats have beat the number 1 seeded Chicago Kingpins to advance to the World Series. Congratulations to all the Kansas City Hepcats fans out there. You'll be seeing your team play in the big one on Saturday. Just as a reminder to everyone, we will have a Minors World Series stream on Saturday afternoon, and then a Majors World Series stream Saturday evening. All 7 games will be streamed, so be sure to tune in for those 2 streams on Saturday. We'll go ahead and very quickly go to the playoff coverage here for this Kingpins versus Hepcats series MVP. It's going to be Lenny Longpipe for the Hepcats, who went 8 for 26, 308 average on the series with 2 home runs and 7 RBIs for the team. The catcher for the Kansas City Hepcats will be your series MVP. Congrats to Lenny Longpipe and the Kansas City Hepcats.
Shout out to Big Blue. If this was
Yeah.
Discord, I would use the You're My Boy Blue GIF that Will Ferrell has.
I'll do it for the Miners today on October 1st, and no majors games, so we advance the day. And go ahead and save.
And as you
And
comb through whatever changes might be being made, I'm going to quickly use the restroom. I'll be back shortly.
all right, sounds good. I'm just checking the schedule, making sure that there's no games being scheduled like World Series games ahead of time. We might have to keep an eye on that after October 2nd. We won't. We just did a bunch of minors games, so we will do the majors games next. Minors game 7 will be after both of these game 6s for the majors. Checking in with the majors teams. We have some changes here for the Seattle Sea Serpents. We just did the minors D, man. It's fine. Majors have been waiting patiently. Pitching change, Duke Singh to none. Normal. None. Athena Arya. None. Normal. None. Jormungandr Ragnarok. Stopper. 7th and close game. High leverage. Let me know if that looks good for you, C. In the meantime, I'll check in on the other teams. We have the Crabs having some changes. And if Anchorage and California need any changes as well, make sure to get those in your team channels while we're doing the majors games. NOLA to non-specified. Avoid high leverage. Add secondary role of high leverage for Dion. Okay. That look good for you, Matt Bake? Serpents are good to go, so they're all set. Crabs. We saved.
Back.
Dust says good. Welcome back. So Crabs and Sea Serpents are done. Scorpions have a lineup change. Is this for against right-handed batters, left-handed batters, or both, Cal? I'll come back to you in a second. Sloths, Shoto should be starting, I believe. Yeah, Shoto is scheduled to start at 100% rested. Davies is at 59, and Mike Kudowitz is at 27%. Both, please, says Cal. Okay. Sloths, if you have any changes, let me know. while I make these lineup changes for the Scorps. Walker Franco, Duncan Boss Jr., Jacob Alderson, Double A Ramirez and Fry. Oh, it's Rye, not Fry.
It was Ramirez. That's a Dark Knight reference for those of you keeping score back home.
I what, Dark Knight, like Batman the Dark Knight, or
Yeah,
okay,
yeah. It was the mobster telling who the corrupt cops are.
gotcha.
It was Ramirez.
I have not seen the Dark Knight all the way through, but I really want to.
That's pretty surprising. It's both very good and kind of old at this point.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was wildly popular for a long time.
Cal, does that look good? We got it for both right-hand pitcher and left-hand pitcher for you.
D-Man says common AJL.
Sloth's good to go. Hey, listen here. I want to see it. I just haven't gotten around to see it. All right. All right. Scorpions say they're good to go. Believe me, there's a lot of movies that I haven't seen that I want to see. I just
I yeah. I mean, just last night I watched Thor 1 and Thor 2 because I hadn't seen them and Thor 4 is coming out.
yeah.
And some people don't like Thor 1 and Thor 2. And that's the end of that sentence.
Did, are you part of some people, or are you? What do you think of them?
Some people don't like it. It was kind of okay.
So it
That
was
is as
decent, is what you're
that is
saying.
as glowing of a review as I can give either one of them.
They were indeed movies.
I did in fact see them.
Oh, that's good. Prediction for the elimination game. Game 6 projected, or suggested, I should say, prediction is over under 7.5 total runs for the prediction. So while we get that prediction going, um, Game 6 between Providence and San Antonio. Providence with the 3-2 series lead is looking to clinch a spot in the World Series here. Sloths are looking to force a game number 7. Looking at a couple of the players here, we have Bark Murley, the starting pitcher for Providence, pitching 18.2 innings in 3 starts against San Antonio during the regular season. Murley allowed 6 earned runs in those starts, giving up 8 walks and 2 home runs, both solo shots. Um, and for a batter, we have Luka Dordovic, the leadoff hitter, who recorded a hit in each of the first 8 games against the Sloths. Dordovic had a pair of 3-hit games on July 15th and July 28th, adding a home run, a double, and a triple in those 2 performances. Doesn't seem to hit too well off of Todoroki. 250 batting average, 13 for 52, so kind of mediocre compared to his normal average of 301. So Todoroki may have Dordovic's number a little bit here. Speaking of Todoroki, pitched 3 games against the Crabs this season, 21.2 total innings, and striking out 23 while allowing, I think is what I said, allowing 9 earned runs. For the batters, we've mentioned Anchovia already this stream. The terror of the base paths, with 109 stolen bases on the season, stole 13 of them against Providence and was caught only 3 times in 10 games. Prediction is live of over under 7.5 total runs, so be sure that you get your prediction, your channel points in on the prediction. Blow Pop, what's your take on this series so far? Providence seems to have a 3-2 lead so far, and despite them having a worse record against the Sloths, seem to have performed better against them in both the regular season and now in the playoffs here, winning 8 of their 10 games against. That doesn't seem right. I don't think it's 10 games. Is it 10 games? Again? No, it shouldn't be. Is it? I
I
thought
don't
it should
know.
be 8.
In any case, I mean, like I said
Maybe I said games.
earlier, they do have a little bit of an underdog, sort of like a Seabiscuit, like to run at you from behind, like to feel the chase, catch up to you, sort of thing going on. I mean, like Bark Murley literally have that dog in him. You know what I'm saying? So
8 out
seems
of
like
12.
they've. I don't want to say overperformed because they're a really good team,
Mhm.
but it seems like the sim undervalues them. I think is maybe a better way to say it, and they're getting a good display of their potency.
Yeah, I think a few seasons back I made a tweet about Providence going to be real scary in a couple of seasons. I think I was a little bit early on that tweet because I think it was like 4 seasons back maybe. I think I said 2 seasons out. But still, Providence has been like right up there for the past few seasons. So they seem to be really hitting their stride in the past couple of seasons and getting. I believe is this their first time in first place in the Legends East in the past few years?
I think so, but it's not their first time in the conference championships. I know that much for sure.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it looks like they were 1 game back from the Voyagers last season. Or sorry, no, last season they were 8 games back, and they made it to the World Series and lost to Seattle. 2 seasons ago they were 1 game back, and then now they have made their way into the first place of the Legends East, facing off
Hmm.
against the first place team of the Legends West in San Antonio. So a true matchup of the juggernauts of the Legends conference. I think we are about ready to get going here. Do you have a preference on which team you want to take for this one?
Yeah, I'll take the sloth batters because my guy Trevin Knight, former Dillo's teammate on the championship run we had, is going to lead off for them, and Bark Murley is a cool guy, so I want to see him pitch.
Alrighty, so we will. I'll go ahead and take us into game with the Providence Crabs lineup taking on Shoto Todoroki, the starting pitcher for the San Antonio Sloths. Game number 6. Providence looking to clinch. San Antonio looking to push it to a game 7. We'll see who gets their way in this one. Providence will lead off with Dordovic, Slokening, and Love against Todoroki. Dordovic, routine fly ball to center field for the first out of the game. Slokening with a quick ground ball to the third baseman Sneck. And Will Love will get that one past Sneck into left field for the first base hit of the ball game. That'll be a single. Dustin Johnson, though, goes down on the strikeout, swinging way out in front of a changeup, according to the feed. So Providence get a hit, but nothing more as we head to the bottom of the first.
Trevin Knight going to start things off with a base hit. Dillo still got that ring on us. Anchovy will follow it up with a round out to third, more accurately a fielder's choice. And she's going to, in fact, look at that, steal. Pork chop sandwiches going to lace one into center. Anchovy has to hold up at third. Bobby McDonald as Pork chop steals second. No, he doesn't. Thrown out. And a wild pitch past ball, something or other, does allow Anchovy to score. So that steal was turned into a run eventually. That speed coming invaluable for the Sloths. Bobby McDonald will take a walk to conclude that at-bat. Chris Jimenez going to lace a hit to left. Runners on first and second, 2 outs as Theophilus Suidat. I don't know if you noticed this, but Suidat is just Thaddeus backwards.
Ah.
And that will be a 1-run inning for the Sloths to start things off.
Julio Ruiz with a deep drive. That's going to be gone. And all of a sudden, this game is tied. Solo shot by Julio Ruiz, 372 feet on the how far it fly. Going Oppo with the home run. Now it's 1-1 here in the top of the second. Bergamot Lemon will draw a walk. I will say the irony is not lost on me about one of the Sloths players being a speedster. Sloths, as animals in nature, not really known for their speed, as everyone knows.
Yeah, I don't think Anchovy has a whole lot of moss growing on her.
No, not at all. After 43, Sear went into a fielder's choice. JQ is going to fly out to end the inning. 1-1 tie thanks to the home run by Ruiz, heading to the bottom of the second.
Ryan Eshelman's going to get a check swing walk. Good eye, good patience. Sneaky Sneck Base hit to left. Runners on first and second again, and that'll bring up Ezra Oatmeal in the 9-hole. Lines one to right. Runners stay put. One out as we go back to the top of the order. Trevor Knight strikes out, and that'll bring up Anchovy, the talk of the town. And she will strike out. That will end the inning, leaving 2 runners stranded. Still a 1-1 ball game after the bottom of the second.
Drew also correcting us, saying that there's actually 5 Steelers on the slots, so they really bought into the inverse expectations with the speed. Back-to-back singles to start us off. Love will add one of his own. Bases loaded for Dustin Johnson with no outs. That's going to get past the third baseman, and the Crabs are going to take the lead for the first time tonight. I say tonight, meaning this specific game. The bases loaded, and that's going to be a walked-in run. Todoroki yet to get an out here in the third, and the Crabs have a 3-1 lead now after Ruiz walks. Bergamot Lemon. Fly ball into left field. It's grabbed by McDonald Jr. No advancement on the runner from third. Giannis Krustis, fly ball into center field. Runner from third going, and he's going to be tagged out. Trevin Knight with the throw to Sweetot, applying the tag, will keep the damage limited to only 2 runs in the inning. 3-1 Crabs heading to the bottom of the third.
Pork chop sandwiches, get the flip out of here! Bobby McDonald will pop one up to second base. And a zinger by Chris Jimenez is going to advance pork chop sandwiches. Runners on first and second again with 1 out. And a stolen base attempt going to third. Taking the hard one. Not the hardest one, I suppose. Throws him out at first. Does not try to turn the double play. Runner scores on the play. And with a crack of the bat, he will fly out to center field, but not before they are able to cut the deficit down to 1. 3-2, top of the fourth.
Jose 43 Sr., the third baseman, with a fly ball into right field. It's going to be caught by Anchovy. JQ, the DH, liner almost into the gap in right center. But it will be caught by the center fielder, Trevin Knight, 2 away. Luka Dordovic grounds out to third, and with a quick 1-2-3 inning, Shoto Todoroki makes up for the misstep in the third. We get to the bottom of the fourth. 3-2 Crabs still.
Sneck flies out to Bark Murley and his Rottweiler slobber trademark spitball. Ezra Oatmeal will line a base hit and steal second. Trevin Knight tries to capitalize on it. Productive out as he moves the runner to third, and that'll bring in a replacement pitcher already as Pau Van Jr. comes onto the bump. And a double for Anchovy will score the runner from third. It's now a tie game as Pork Chop Sandwiches hits a line drive that will also score Anchovy as she stretches all the way from second base. Pork Chop takes her spot at the middle bag, and Bobby McDonald will strike out to end the inning, but not before the Sloths are able to capitalize on their speed and steal the lead away from Providence Crabs 4-3.
Welcome, welcome to Commish and the rating party of 34. Welcome to you all. Tune in at a good time. Semifinals for the majors. Double for Chipper Slokening and a ground out by Will Love. We have a runner on second with 1 away, for Dustin Johnson, who flies out to left. Julio Ruiz, the first baseman, draws a walk. 11th walk in the postseason for Ruiz. Bergamot Lemon goes down the strikeout, though, and that will end the inning. So nothing doing in the top of the 5th here for Providence as San Antonio remains in the lead at 4-3.
Midway point in the lineup for the Sloths. Chris Jimenez is going to get a base hit up center. That'll bring up Theophilus Sweetot. Looks like he's going to ground into a 3-6-3 double play. First base picking up an assist and a putout for himself there. Base hit to right for Brian Eshelman. Sneaky Snack is going to take a walk. Ezra Oatmeal up next with 2 outs, 2 on. Runners on first and second, and a pop to right will end the inning. Sloths do not extend their lead just yet. Still 4-3 as we head to the top of the 6th.
It's going to be Krustis, 43 Sr., and Q due up. Krustis lines that right to the left fielder. McDonald Jr. putting the glove on the ball for the out. 43 senior advances to first on the walk. Now we have JQ. High fly ball into center. Easily grabbed by Knight. Runner on first with 2 outs for Dordovic. Ground ball second, slow roller. Dordovic had a shot at beating that out, but was unable to do so. Throw from pork chop sandwiches on point and quick. And that will leave the score at 4-3 Sloths as we head to the bottom of the 6th.
Bottom of the 6th, top of the order, Trevin Knight is going to take strike 3 looking. That'll bring up Anchovy, already having herself a pretty darn good game. She will fly out to left. That'll bring up pork chop sandwiches. 2 outs, nobody on. And a dribbler to second will end the inning 1-2-3. Going to head to the top of the 7th, still 4-3.
It's going to be Slokening, Love, and Johnson due up here against Esteban Rodriguez Jr., the new pitcher. Strike 3 down the middle as Slokening heads back to the bench, disappointed. Will Love, the right fielder, hitting .389 in the playoffs so far. That average will go down with a pop fly out to shallow right, taken care of by Sandwiches. Base hit by Dustin Johnson, though, the catcher. He'll be on board with a single. 2 outs for Julio Ruiz. Back-to-back singles for the Crabs. 2 outs here. They might have something going in the top of the 7th. No, strikeout by Bergamot Lemon will end the inning. And the score remains 4-3 in favor of San Antonio as we head to the stretch and the bottom of the 7th.
Bobby McDonald limbered up, took advantage of that stretch time, and blasts one over the left field wall. That'll be a solo shot for him to start the inning. And Jimenez comes up. Base is empty, no outs. Strike 3 looking as Papa Freddy gets his 2nd strikeout of the day. Theo's going to take a base on balls, and that'll bring up Brian Eshelman, who will do the same. Sneaky Snack up next, 1 out, 2 on. Runners at first and second. Strike 3. That'll bring up the 9-hole batter, Ezra Oatmeal, who will strike out as well. Solo shot and 2 runners stranded, but they are still able to expand their lead a little bit. 5-3 as we head to the top of the 8th.
It's going to be Krustis, 43 senior, and Q, the bottom third of the Crabs lineup due up. Krustis goes down on the strikeout, falling to 0-4 on the day. Jose 43 senior, 0 for 2 so far. We'll make it 0 for 3 with a quick ground out to Eshelman. JQ with a base hit into right field. It's going to fall in front of Anchovy. Luka Dordovic, fly ball into center, and that's going to be out number 3. So despite the hit by JQ, nothing else going on for the Crabs lineup as we head to the bottom of the 8th.
Trevin Knight is going to hit a laser to the left field corner. That'll be an easy double. Stand up for him. Anchovy, or the runner in scoring position, is going to ground out to the second baseman, but that it is productive and advances Trevin Knight over to the corner. Pork chop sandwiches fills in the other corner. We got runners on first and third. 1 out. Trevin Knight is going to back and tag up on the pop fly, and Bobby McDonald's going to pick himself up an RBI on that sack. 6-3, 2 outs, runner on first, and another pop fly to right will end the inning, but not before the Sloths are able to expand their lead by another run.
And it's looking more and more likely that we're going to have a Game 7 here in this series, unless the Crabs can get 3 runs right here in the top of the 9th, or more. With a quick fly out to right by Slokening and a quick ground out by Love will put the hopes on Dustin Johnson, the catcher. Fly ball into straightaway center field, and that is caught. Tied series at 3. San Antonio with the win here. 6-3 is the final. And there will be a Game 7 for this series that we will be watching very shortly here. But the Sloths are going to be the winners here today. Again, we won't spend too much time on the hitting or the pitching, but we will point out that the win goes to Todoroki, who improves to 3-1 on the playoffs. Three runs given up over 6 innings. That's going to be a quality start for Todoroki. Rodriguez Jr. gets the hold, 2.2 scoreless, and Palvan Jr. takes the loss for Providence pitching. Julio Ruiz, though, is going to be your player of the game with that 2 for 2 day, 2 RBIs, 2 walks, and a run scored. So, well done to Julio Ruiz, despite the losing effort. by the Crabs. So that will do it for the Legends Conference on October 2nd. We do have Game 6 coming up for the champions, though, and that's going to be Death Valley versus Seattle Sea Serpents. Will we see our third series tie up at 3, or will Seattle head to the World Series? We'll see. So let's get a prediction going, hopefully, while we take you through some of the stats from the stat team. Recommended prediction for Death Valley Sea Serpents could be total home runs 2.5, total caught stealing 2.5, or 11.5 strikeouts by starting pitchers as recommended by the stat team. With the Scorpions, the pitching staff has been hot lately for the Scorpions. Busta Baxter, Herbie Farmworth, and Remy Ratatouille all having ERAs below 1.5 in the divisional series. And they've been pretty good offensively the whole season as well, being a top 3 team in the Champions Division in every major category and leading the Champions Division in walks drawn. One moment, please. Apologies. Seattle's pitching staff has been extremely impressive recently, with Aduk Singh, Jormungandr, Ragnarok, and Aaron Beckett all sporting an ERA below 1.0 in their last 12 appearances. Jose Slaseko, the cleanup hitter and third baseman for Seattle, has been hitting for power recently with 4 home runs in their last 6 games. So a couple of players and a couple of players to keep an eye on throughout Game 6 and potential Game 7. Let's see. 4-hour stream? Not quite yet. We're we're coming up on 3 hours though.
Soon.
Soon potentially, but prediction is live. Make sure you get your predictions in. Got about a minute left. Blow Pop, we're heading into Game 6, our 4th Game 6 of the night, with the Scorpions and Sea Serpents. How you holding up?
I'm doing just peachy, especially after that little bathroom break you let me have half an hour ago or so.
So what do you see between these two teams? Anything standing out to you here?
I think this has been a fairly expected matchup even since before the season began. These two teams have been juggernauts, especially the last 3 seasons, with Seattle being as dominant as they have been, best team in the league so far this year. We'll have to see if the playoff bracket agrees with that. But definitely impressive performances all around. I think they've been higher scoring affairs than I thought. Most of them have been like at least 5 runs per team.
Yeah, I would agree. And these are some of the and especially with these two teams, these are some of the better pitching staffs
Right.
in the league. So you wouldn't
Yeah.
be
And
expecting them to
granted, they
give up a
also
whole lot
have
of
the
runs.
some of the best batting, but
True.
I'm still a little surprised at how much offense there's been. That being said, if you bought tickets to the game, like, hey, that's awesome. That's exciting baseball.
Absolutely. Prediction has closed over under 2.5 total home runs. Be sure to be tracking those as we go through game number 6. Seattle versus Death Valley. Do you have a preference here, Blow Pop, on which team you want to take?
I do not. You pick.
All right. Why don't you take us into game with the Scorpions, lead off against Danny Sullivan, and I will follow up with the Sea Serpents lineup against Cantaloupe Crocodile.
All right, we'll see if Death Valley's Tex Walker can start things off hot for them. And a blazing walk to first base. Wander Franco will watch a pitch go by as Tex takes second. And Franco will ground it to second. That steal might have saved them from a double play. Followed by a sac fly opportunity. No, they hold Tex. Possibly the right choice as Cruz guns one in from center. And they get a base hit anyways. Mike Boss Jr. doing Mike Boss things. That'll be a run for Death Valley, already on the board in the first inning. And Chris Jacob will strike out, but not before the Scorpions are able to take an immediate lead.
You know, some third base coach decisions, you sometimes sit up at night and wonder what if At least they don't have to wonder what if for that one. This is the
Right.
single followed up very quickly and got the RBI. Quick lineup by Santana Cruz and a walk drawn by Davis Campbell. Will put a runner on first with one away. And off for second is Campbell, but
Woo!
thrown out by the catcher Alderson. Out number 2, Krzysztof Krapakosov will get on board though due to an error. I didn't catch in the feed who it was on. Guessing a throwing error by the shortstop, but the error didn't matter much anyway, as Jose Slaseco will ground out to end the inning. 1-0 DVS heading to the top of the second.
The error didn't matter. Things the Phillies wish they could say. As Alderson strikes out. Ah! Strikes out as well. And that'll bring up Ruben Ramirez. Ground out to first base, and that'll be a 1-2-3 inning.
You gotta warn me next time you're gonna do that.
No.
I'm just gonna anticipate it now. Adam Malott with a that's gonna be a sliding catch by the center fielder Chris Jacobs, so a fly out by Adam Malott. Ryan Cacao is going to ground out to the pitcher. And rock out with your Crocs out with a fly ball into left field. We'll make it a quick 1-2-3 inning for Cantaloupe Crocodile. We head to the top of the third. Still 1-0 DVS.
Top of the third, bottom of the order, as Beef Rye will hit a little dribbler back to the pitcher, throws it over to first for an easy out number 1. Tex Walker will ground out to short, out number 2, and that'll bring up Wander Franco, 2 outs, nobody on, and a dribbler to third for out number 3. Bunch of grounders in a row, and that'll be a 1-2-3 inning for Danny Sullivan and the Seattle Sea Serpents.
Lumpo Sullivan, the left fielder, is going to go down strikes against Cantaloupe Crocodile. Garris Vicarian, the right fielder, up next, hitting 152 in the playoffs. Hoping to raise that average a little bit. Won't do it here, though, with a strikeout. Then we'll bring up Santana Cruz, the center fielder, top and the leadoff hitter of the Seattle Sea Serpents. Walk drawn. Second walk issued by Cantaloupe Crocodile. Now it's going to be Davis Campbell, the shortstop. Pitch out. You don't really see that too often in the sim, but it succeeds as they're able to gun down Santana Cruz. No runs scored by Seattle. We head to the top of the fourth.
Trevor Duncan grounds out to short. Out number 1, Mike Boss Jr. grounds out to short for out number 2. Let's see if Chris Jacob is going to give Davis Campbell the hat trick. No! Danny Sullivan does it himself. Says no more assists for you. That'll be a 1-2-3 inning.
And speaking of Campbell, he'll be leading us off here, the shortstop from Seattle, with a base hit to right field. He's 1 for 1 on the day now. Krzysztof Krapakosov will watch as Campbell takes off for second and gets gunned down by the catcher. That's another caught stealing in this game for Alderson. Krapakosov flies out. Slaseco will get a base hit, though. Wonder if Slaseco will try and test the arm of Alderson. He will not. Malott will strike out on the circle change. Scorpions maintain their 1-0 lead as we head to the top of the fifth.
Elliot Alderson is going to start things off. Strike 3 looking. Danny Sullivan having himself a nice game so far, aside from that 1 run given up. Aha! Up next, we'll hit a base hit. Bloops it past the shortstop. Couldn't quite get the jump on that one. Ruben Ramirez, check swing, and a stolen base. And another stolen base as makes it all the way to third. 2 consecutive stolen bases for him. And a pop to center will be a sac fly for the second run of the game, as DVS has doubled their lead. Strike 3 swinging for Beef Rye, but not before the Scorpions are able to tack 1 more on the board, giving themselves a 2-0 lead as we head to the midway point in the game.
Ryan Cacao starts off for Seattle's 5th inning with a pop fly out. Crocs out. Base hit into left field. First baseman makes his way over to first base. Lumpo Sullivan, the left fielder, is going to draw a walk. Now we have first and second with a 1 out for Garris Vicarian, the right fielder. And that'll be a quick pop fly out to the right side. Santana Cruz lines that into the gap in right center field. That's going to be a base hit, an RBI, maybe two. Yep, here comes the second runner for the plate. Safe with no throw. This game is all tied up thanks to the 2 RBI double by Santana Cruz. Davis Campbell with a runner in scoring position. Base hit. Headed for home is Cruz, and he'll make it there safely. Campbell advances to second on the throw. That'll be an RBI single for Campbell, but he does advance to second. Krupakosov with a runner in scoring position, grounded to third, over to first, and that's going to be out number 3, but not before Seattle strikes for 3 runs, taking the lead for the first time in this game. We head to the top of the 6th to see if DVS can answer back.
Tex Walker thrown out, grounded to short. Wander Franco's going to pop to left as DVS tries to save Game 7 from the jaws of non-existence. And Trevor Duncan will strike out. 1-2-3 inning for the Seattle Sea Serpents.
We have Sloseko up against new pitcher Busta Baxter. Sloseko will ground out to the second baseman, Tex Walker. Adam Malott, the hot-hitting second baseman, will draw a walk on a full pitch. And will take off for second. Safe at second base is Adam Malott. Ryan Kakao, though, goes down on the strikeout for out number 2, and now it's going to be Crocs out, the first baseman, with a runner in scoring position and 2 out. Is that going to get over the head of the shortstop? No, it will not. Franco pulls it in to retire the side. Still 3-2 Sea Serpents as we head to the top of the 7th.
Danny Sullivan still on the bump and showing you why as he strikes out Mike Boss Jr., his 8th of the evening so far. 6.12 earned for him, I believe. I'd imagine they're earned. That'll be a base hit to left center. Stretches that into a double stand-up. Chris Jacob at second for Elliot Alderson, who will strike out looking, and that brings up who will strike out swinging.
Did you just do a different pronunciation every time?
Maybe.
I like it. Lumpo Sullivan, the left fielder, is going to go down on strikes against Busta Baxter. Here's Garris Vicarian with 1 out and the base paths clear. Vicarian, fly ball into center field. Routine grab for Ruben Ramirez. Santana Cruz will get that in front of the catcher. Throw on to first, not in time. Cruz beats it out for an infield single. New pitcher is Poe Scott. Davis Campbell is going to watch as Cruz steals second off of Alderson. But Campbell goes down on the strikeout, so Poe Scott comes in and gets the job done. As we head to the top of the 8th now to see if DVS can put some more runs on the board and maybe tie this game up.
Ruben Ramirez will take strike 3 looking. Jormungandr Ragnarok now on the bump for the Seattle Sea Serpents. B Fry will take ball 4 looking. Lots of not swinging these last 2 at-bats. Line shot to center will be tracked down for out number 2. Runner on first, 2 out. Strike 3 swinging for Wander Franco, and that will end the inning.
And it's going to be the heart of the order, 3-4-5, Krupakosov, Sloseko, and Malott due up for the Serpents. Quick strikeout by Poe Scott onto Krupakosov. Bring us to 1 out, bases empty for Sloseko. Strike 3 watching. Sloseko heads back to the bench, and now it's Adam Malott, the second baseman. Strike 3, and that is 4 in a row for Poe Scott on the strikeout. Striking out the side in this one in the top of the 8th. Sea Serpents remain in front as we head to the top of the 9th.
Last chance for the Scorpions to keep themselves alive this postseason as 2 quick outs make that look unlikely. Chris Jacobs going to show up and try to keep them alive. 2 outs, nobody on. And a strike 3 is going to send the Seattle Sea Serpents to the World Series for the PBE Major Leagues as they take this series 4-2. Final score for today's ballgame, 3-2. All 3 of Seattle's runs coming in 1 aggressive inning. Not a lot of offense on either side of the game. This was the pitching duel that you and I have said that we were expecting. Only 2 multi-hit performances the entire day, both of them coming from Seattle, both of them at the top of the order with Santana Cruz and Davis Campbell each going 2 for 3. Cantaloupe Crocodile is going to pick up the loss for this one. 5 innings pitched, 3 earned runs. Not a bad game, but not enough offense behind him to make it into a good one. Danny Sullivan and that impressive 10K outing, 7 innings pitched, 2 earned runs, is going to pick up the win and the player of the game.
So the reigning world champs are head back to the World Series to defend their title. We'll see on Saturday if they can do it. Who they're up against, though, is still up in the air, as the Crabs and Sloths series is tied at 3. We have a Game 7 for them, but first we'll have a Game 7 for the Anchorage and California series in the minors. There it is. Go ahead and save the game here.
Just for your sake, AJ, the next iteration of
Oh.
PM's player was going to be. I don't know if you could hear that.
It was going to be what? No, I didn't hear anything.
Oh, I was playing the dolphin noise from SpongeBob.
Oh, okay. Very nice. We do have some changes. I almost went into the game without doing that, but I remembered just in time. All right. Anchorage, Flame Dragon to Stopper, 8th in close game, high leverage. Hackenbush, middle relief, normal, and setup. Diaz, setup, 7th or later. There's no secondary role Rabid, so I'm assuming this is none. Daring, specialist versus left-handed, and setup. Toussaint. Toussaint moves to the bullpen. Toussaint to middle relief, use more often. Diaz is correct. Okay, good. Littlefield, long relief, normal. Okay. Kawaguchi, none specified, avoid high leverage. And then Deity, none specified, avoid high leverage. Alright, I'll go ahead and save real quick. Let me know if that is correct and if you have any more changes that need to be made. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at the Firehawks real quick, who have a few changes of their own. Let me pet it to Stopper. 7th in close. None. Matthew West, middle relief, use more often, setup. Oh, and a stamina check. Okay. West is at 100%. Pettit, 98%. Carl Wilson, 100. Brian Wilson, 57. John Marston, 18. Girk is at 50. Tyrone White, 47. Whiplash, 100. And Tahini Lord, 100. Wheeler says it looks good. Nice. Just waiting on the Firehawks then. And save.
He is typing.
Yep. All right. Meanwhile, Sloths and Crabs, I see the Sloths have messaged. Crabs, if you have any changes, be sure to get those in while we're doing this one. Marston to none, less often. None. Wait, that's not possible. None specified as either normal or avoid high leverage, not use less often. We could do middle relief, use less often. Or we can do none specified in either normal or avoid high leverage, but we can't do none less often, none.
None less often, none. Basically just benching him.
Alright, none specified, avoid high leverage. How's that look for you, Firehawks? Save game.
Dirk says,
Just
cut
cut him.
him. Send him down to the
All right,
mine. Oh, wait.
it's
Oh,
like,
no. We are the miners.
I'll send him down to double A. This is triple A. There's an invisible double A that's been going on behind the scenes.
You know
Nobody
what?
knows
Send him
about
down to B.
to be Little League. Says Cody.
Just fanning a bunch of 8-year-olds.
All right, Joey versus Jethro Tull on the mound. Did we get the prediction? No, didn't get a prediction yet. If Ahmad is in chat, please get a prediction going for us. Couple of player notes in the meantime. Ness Kind, essential part of the Anchorage lineup at the plate, posting a 4.5 WAR season while slashing 346, 409, 492. Also swiped 47 bases and was caught 19 times. Joey, the pitcher, throughout his career, the starting pitcher has proven time and time again that he will deliver in the playoffs. Joey has a career 2.67 postseason ERA while pitching 33 and 2/3 innings and has not lost in any games that he has started. 4 games started, 3 wins, 1 no decision. On the side of the Firehawks, we have Jethro Tull. The second-year Southpaw has certainly stepped up this year, leading his team in wins, ERA, and strikeouts. Tull has recorded a quality start around 60% of the games he has started. Then Arthur Morgan, the big bopper, had a career year at the plate and led his team in home runs and RBI while placing second in batting average. Morgan also stole 35 bases, giving him a 2020 season, 20 home runs, and 20 stolen bases. I want to take this moment now while we're getting the prediction. While you good people are putting in your predictions for who will win Wheelers Firehawks, to thank the stat team for providing all the stats tonight. We had Benny the Jet, Chill, Showtime, and Derek Rogers Jr. all provide stats for our 4 matchups. So thank you, all 4 of you. Prediction is live and closing in about 1 minute. So make sure that you get those predictions in. It's a who will win, so I think we can go ahead and start the game. Do you have a preference on which team you're taking on this one, Blowpop?
Well, I had the Firehawks last time, so for variety's sake, let's just swap and I'll take the Wheelers.
All right, so you're bringing us into game with the Wheelers facing off against starting pitcher Jethro Tull. You ready, Blowpop?
Sure.
That sounded confident. All right, let's go.
I was typing in my my bet. Neskind's going to start us off with a strikeout against Jethro Tull. It'll bring up max power. The IG-88 unit does, in fact, get his shot off, and that'll be a base hit up the middle. Outlaw Dipper will ground it to third, and they turn a 5-4-3 double play.
Nice. Very
That'll
cool.
end the inning.
California Firehawks getting their first look at the batter's box for Game 7. Wilkins McClobber with a deep drive to right. That's gone! Starting off the game right is Wilkins McClobber. 367 feet on the how far did it fly. He's with a deep drive to right field. Suddenly California is up 1-0 here in the bottom of the first. Caleb Marco will ground out to the shortstop. LaPrince Fry draws a walk. Now we have a runner on first. Taking off for second. Safe is Fry at second base. Arthur Morgan. Sliding catch in center by Outlaw Dipper will make the grab. Runner stays at second. Lord Burrow the third. Base hit into center field. Headed for the plate is Fry, and he will be safe. Burrow the third with an RBI single, putting the Firehawks up 2-0 now here in the bottom of the first. 2 outs, runner on first for Apollo. Deep drive to center, but it will be caught for out number 3. Firehawks off to a quick start, making it 2-0 here in the bottom of the first.
Birds jump out to an early lead. Jethro Tull strikes out Justin Justice to start the second inning. That'll bring up Jackson Flood. He's going to hit a deep shot to left, and they will retaliate with their own solo shot home run. That puts the Wheelers on the board 2-1. 1 out in the top of the second as Flood taps home plate. Mr. Alligator's going to pop it to left field. Looks like Fry's able to come in and track that one down. Then a base hit skirts past the shortstop as Kami Taman finds himself at first. A strikeout for Manny Calavera will end the inning, but not before Anchorage is able to get a run of their own. They are on the scoreboard. It's 2-1 as we head to the bottom of the second.
Bottom of the second, bottom third of the order for California, with French Fry, the center fielder, getting a base hit over to the left side. A single off for second, easily in at second base. Now it's Gladys Valero. Grounder to the shortstop, over to first for out number 1. Rusty Salmon Arms with a base hit will bring the runner home to score, as California immediately takes their 2-run lead back. Makes it 3-1. Wilkins McClobber, base hit into left field. That one had some heat on it. Now we have first and second for Caleb Marco, who draws a walk. Prince Fry with the bases loaded and 1 away. Grounder to first, over to second for 1, back over to first. Double play to get out of the jam.
Wow.
The Firehawks do add to their lead. It's now 3-1, but it could have been a lot worse for the Anchorage Wheelers. We head to the top of the third with a 2-run lead for California.
Arthur Morgan hits a slow line drive somehow. I don't know what the physics engine wants to do with that one, but
a lot of air resistance.
Yeah, I guess. Or sorry, that was Ziz's with the line drive. That's kind of also out. And then Max Power is going to get himself a triple, it looks like. IG-88's got legs. And a base hit up the middle is going to get them a run. Max Power turning that extra base hit into a run off the bat of Outlaw Dipper. Justin Justice, runner on first, 2 outs. And that'll be a base hit to left field. Runner stays at second. Jackson Flood will ground out to second. But Anchorage Wheelers are able to retaliate with their run as well. Still a 1-run ball game as we head to the bottom of the third.
It's going to be Arthur Morgan, the first baseman, with a fly ball into right field for out number 1. Lord Burrow, the third, the DH. Grounds that to the second baseman. Calavera takes care of it for out number 2. Stellan Apollo will ground it right back to Calavera, who throws on to Kind for out number 3. And with a quick 1-2-3 inning, the Anchorage Wheelers are going to head right back into the batter's box.
Sorry, that'll be out number 1 for Mr. Alligator. Base hit to left for Toman. Runner on first, 1 out for Manny Calavera. Is going to get himself a base hit as well. Runners on first and second. Toman stays at second. That'll bring up Ziziz. Strike 3. Neskine, top of the order. 2 runners on, 2 outs. And a little dribbler to first base will end the inning. Can't capitalize on that runner in scoring position. Still a 1-run game.
French Fry will be the leadoff hitter for the bottom of the 4th. And a quick ground out. It's going to be Gladys Valero now. Fly ball into right field. Routine grab for Justice. And now Salmon Arms will ground out to the second baseman. And after a rough couple of first innings, Joey's kind of settled into a groove here with a couple of very easy innings in the 3rd and 4th. Top of the 5th coming up. California still leads 3-2.
Jethro Tull still on the bump. Strikes out Max Power to start the top of 5th. Outlaw Dipper going to come up with 1 out. Bases empty. Another strikeout for Jethro Tull. That'll bring up Justin Justice. And a laser goes under the feet of the first baseman as Justin Justice has gotten himself a double. And a fly out to left will end the inning, stranding another runner in scoring position. Still a 3-2 ball game as we head to the midway point in the game.
Joey back on the mound to face down Wilkins. McClobber is 2 for 2 today. Make that 2 for 3 with a quick fly out to start off the inning. Caleb Marco will beat out the throw. Infield hit. Infield single for Caleb Marco. LePrince Fry is going to foul out for out number 2. And Arthur Morgan goes down on the circle change to make it a fairly quick 1-2-3 inning. Well, it wasn't a 1-2-3 inning, but there was a... we head to the top of the 6th, still 3-2 California.
Mr. Alligator zings one past the shortstop for a base hit. Runner on first, no outs for Kami. And it looks like they are not able to turn the 3-6. Advance the runner, productive out. Stays at second on the fly to center. Another crack of the bat, and it looks like this one might end the inning. It does, and once again, Anchorage leaves a runner on second, not able to bring their fellas home.
Lord Burrow the third, the DH, with a line drive right back up the middle. That will be a base hit. Burrow the third on first for Stellan Apollo. And almost gets over the head of the shortstop, but Flood takes care of it for out number 1. French Fry with a base hit into right field, and on to third is Burrow the third. Off for second is Fry with a stolen base. Glady Guerrero will be walked. And now it's going to be Rusty Salmon Arms. New pitcher Flame Dragon enters the game for Anchorage. And Salmon Arms immediately goes down on the strikeout. 2 outs, bases loaded. Wilkins McClobber. And that's going to be a fielder's choice. Shortstop to second to get Guerrero. And that'll bring us to the top of the 7th, with California still leading 3-2.
Top of the 7th, top of the inning. Neskind is going to fly out to center. Max Power grounds to third, who can't handle it. Chalked up as a hit, apparently. Outlaw Dipper will fly to left. Runner on first, 2 outs for Justin Justice. And that'll be strike 3. Still a 3-2 ball game. All the action coming in the first 5 frames. And we'll take a quick stretch.
Flame Dragon back on the mound to face down against Caleb Marco, the right fielder, who flies out to left field. LePrince Fry will draw a walk on a full count. Now it's Arthur Morgan. Runner on first, 1 out. He's going to fly out to left field. That'll bring up Lord Burrow the third, the DH. 2 for 3 on the day. And off for second is Fry. He'll be safe at second. But Lord Burrow the third goes down on the strikeout to end the inning. 7 innings complete. We head to the top of the 8th with California still leading by a run.
Jackson Flood will strike out. Anchorage has 5 outs remaining. They need to find themselves 1 run in order to take this game at least to extra innings. Mr. Alligator will strike out as well. That'll bring up Kami. Nobody on, 2 outs. And another strikeout for Lemmy Pettit. A 1-2-3 inning, all at the hands of the pitcher. That'll send us to the bottom of the 8th. Still a 1-run game.
So we'll see if California can add to their lead one last time before Anchorage gets their last shot at the World Series here. Stellan Apollo draws a walk. New pitcher Diaz enters the game. French Fry will ground into a fielder's choice. Glady Guerrero, fly ball into right center. It's going to be caught by the center fielder Dipper. And now with Salmon Arms, it's a runner on first and 2 outs, grounder to third. Over to second, fielder's choice. We head to the top of the 9th. Will Anchorage at least tie it up or take the lead? Or will California win it without needing to go to the bottom of the 9th?
Do or die time for the dogs with bats as Calavera strikes out looking for consecutive strikeouts for Lemmy Pettit. That'll bring up Scrabble. And Ziziz will ground out to shortstop. Potential final at-bat of the game. Neskind ropes one into left. That will be a double. Runner in scoring position, tying run at second, leading run at the plate for Max Power, who's going to ground it to second, and that will end the game. That will end the series. California is going to take this game 3-2. Final for the series goes all 7 games, 4 games to 3. As the Firehawks advance to meet up with the Kansas City Hepcats in the Minor League World Series. Looks like we had ourselves a decent amount of offense, despite how low scoring of a game it was. Most of it coming from Anchorage. They just couldn't quite get their batters home. 3 for 5 day for Max Power, as well as a couple of multi-hit games scattered in for other folk. Jethro Tull is going to go 6.2 innings pitched, 2 earned runs, and allow 11 hits in the process. Luckily, no walks. Over on Anchorage's side, Joey is going to pick up the loss, 5.1 innings pitched, 3 earned runs. Jethro Tull and that 6.2 to earned will be our player of the game. We'll check on who the series MVP was, and we'll also check on the Sea Serpents Scorpions series because we forgot to do that.
Yeah, we did. So with the Firehawks Wheelers series going all the way down to game number 7, the series MVP is going to be Wilkins McClobber for California. 13 for 31, going with 2 home runs and 5 RBI, 419 average, 438 OBP, and a 613 slugging over the series. Congratulations to Wilkins McClobber, and congrats to California, the number 2 seed in the season, advancing to the World Series to face off against the Kansas City Hepcats. You'll be able to see that World Series play out on Saturday afternoon. Stay tuned for more details on that. And up here to the Death Valley and Seattle Sea Serpents, we forgot to name the series MVP, which was Santana Cruz of the Sea Serpents. 9 for 23 with a home run, 5 RBI, and a 391 batting average. Congratulations to Santana Cruz. And once again to the Seattle Sea Serpents for advancing to the World Series. We'll see who is going to take them on. It will be either Providence or San Antonio. We are going to go ahead and save and then finish off the day to move in to our final game. Now, I just want to make sure that there's no game scheduled for... Okay, so the game scheduled for the World Series, that's actually going to line up perfectly. We'll finish up today, and then they'll have the World Series for the minors starting tomorrow. They'll probably have to delete the Majors World Series, or at least delay it until after the Minors World Series, since, yeah, but but Game
Someone
7.
else gets to figure that out.
Yeah, it's not us. we get paid for the long duration of the stream. We don't get paid to continue to deal with it. To deal
We
with the
do
same
have
stuff.
we do have enough on our plate, including but not limited to a couple of changes for
Yes.
both teams.
Thank you for reminding me. Sloths. Game 7. We want Spanale in the bullpen as non-specified, avoid high leverage. Writer, also to non-specified, avoid high leverage.
Hey, I like how Juosu just types SV instead of Spanale. I mean, I get it.
Yeah, to be fair, yeah. Check stamina on Esteban Rodriguez Jr., who's 47%. Constantine Kahn is at 98%. Sam Antonio is at 96%. Long relief options are just normal and avoid high leverage, and then you've got the secondary roles. So I'll go ahead and save. Looks like Krabs. Let me know if you need any changes, Juosu. I'm just moving over to the Krabs real quick so that they can get their stamina check and lineup changes real quick here. I don't know why I clicked on... I did mean to click on Dion, yeah. Okay, 58%, we're doing a stamina check. 58% for Dion. Palvan Jr. is at 20%. Papa Freddy is at 15%. Link Crab, 93. Ronlin, 93. Nola, 58. And then right-hand pitcher lineup changes. We want Dordovic, Slokanen, Love, Ruiz, Johnson, 43 Senior, Krustis, Q, and Lemon. This is just against right-hand pitchers according to your reference. Dion to Mineral Leaf. Use less. Do you want to keep the high leverage secondary role or remove it? And then Nola to Mineral Leaf. Use less. Yeah, we'll go back to the lineups. There's the lineup. Sloths have some changes. Don't worry, Juosu, I'll get to that in just a moment here. Take off leverage for Dion. Done. Runland to Stopper. Seventh or late. Seventh and close is the option. I'm assuming that's what you're looking for. We can do 8th or later in lead, or we can do 7th and close. I'm assuming you want 7th and close because you said 7th. Palvan Jr. to none. Void. Okay. Freddy. None. Normal or avoid high leverage for Freddy? Is that normal? Avoid high. Okay. Any other changes, Crabs? While you're changing, I'll go back to the sloths real quick and get some changes going there. Okay, Camden also to avoid high leverage as long relief. Esteban to middle. Use less often. Do you want to keep the secondary role for high leverage for Esteban or nix that? Sam to mid relief, use more often. Sam's already there. Khan to stopper, 7th and close game. Take off secondary role for Esteban. Okay. How's that look, Jiosu? Any other changes need to be made? Crabs, anything? Any changes for you? Any further changes, I should say? Prediction is live. Who's going to win? Sloths or Crabs? We got game 7 on the docket. Someone's headed to the World Series to face off against the Sea Serpents. I did do lineup, yeah. There's a lineup versus right-handed pitcher. That's the lineup that you submitted, yeah. Alright. Crabs say good. Juosu, you good? Or you got anything else for me? Got about 3.5 minutes left on the prediction. That was a long prediction timer. Okay, sloth say good. Alright. Cool. I think we're good to go then. Go ahead and save one last time. And we'll go ahead and head to the head-to-heads. Alright, last game of the stream today is Game 7 of the Legends Conference Finals. The two teams that led their divisions, that had the best records, I should say, in the Legends Conference, duking it out, and it all comes down to game number 7. One game, one winner. One team advances to face the Seattle Sea Serpents. This is exciting, Blowpop. This is a good one to end on, I feel like.
Yeah, I think the Legends Conference in general for the past, I don't know, 5 seasons it usually ends up being between one of these two teams or the Voyagers, and they all just have been kind of bashing their heads against each other for half a decade or so. So this is a classic rivalry that the PBE fans are very used to and enjoy.
It is indeed. And we got a couple of great pitchers duking it out here. We got Dasani Voss, who pitched 4 games against the Sloths this season, averaging about 5.2 innings and 3 earned runs in each start. Voss has struggled with walks recently, allowing 10 free passes and 22.1 innings pitched against the Sloths. Glenn Davies, on the other hand, has pitched 27.1 innings across 4 starts against Providence and allowed 14 earned runs. Davies' best performance came on July 28th, going 7 innings, allowing 3 runs, 2 of them earned, and striking out 10. And looking at these two, neither one seems to really fare too well against the other team. 5.16 ERA for Dasani Voss, 4.61 and a loss for Glenn Davies against Providence. So this could be a potential batter's game. We might see some fireworks in this one to close out the night. Or we'll see a pitcher's duel, and both of them will get redemption for their previous games against each other. But here we go, game number 7. Do you have a team that you want to cast for on this one?
We could do another switch. I did Sloth last time. I could do Crabs this time.
All right, that'll work. So that means you are going to take us into game with the Crabs against Glenn Davies. You ready, Blow Pop?
I am indeed, and I said it with much more confidence this time because apparently that was a problem last time.
Not a problem, just a note.
Just an observation.
Yeah.
Luka Dornovich is going to start things off against Glenn Davies with a hit on the second pitch of the game, and the boos have already started. Chipper Slokening's going to ground into a double play, though, so no harm, no foul, and Will Love will fly out to the warning track for a weird 1-2-3 inning for Glenn Davies.
Sloths getting their first look at it with Knight, Chovy, and sandwiches against Dasani Voss here. Knight will ground it sharply to the shortstop. Throws on to first for out number 1. And Chovy gets that one past the shortstop and the third baseman. And he'll be on at first. Will we see a stolen base attempt from Anchovy? We will. Will they be safe? Yes, they will. Safe at second is Anchovy, and a ball is going to get away from the catcher. Wild pitch by Dasani Voss. Chovy at third. Sandwiches is going to ground out, but that will be a sacrifice as Chovy does score, making it 1-0 Sloths early here. Bobby McDonald, the left fielder, is going to line that over the head of the shortstop. Dordovic unable to get to it, and McDonald will be on first with a single. Off for second is McDonald, safe at second. Jimenez, though, goes down on the strikeout to end the inning. Sloths do take a early lead here against the Crabs. 1-0. We head to the top of the second.
And they take the early lead in the exact same fashion that they took the early lead last game, where it was Chovy gets to first, steals second, wild pitch advances to third, and then scores on the next batter. Very weird that it was like that for both times. And as I went through that fun fact, I entirely skipped the inning as Ruiz, Johnson, and 43 Senior go down one after the other.
It's almost like the Sloths are good at stealing this year or something.
Yep, wild.
Theophilus Sweetot, the catcher, is going to go down on strikes. Brian Eschleman, the first baseman, against Dasani Voss. Will ground that sharply to the third base side. Thrown on to first by 43 Senior for out number 2. And Sneaky Snack will pop fly that one out about mound high for out number 3. Score remains unchanged at 1-0 Sloths. Top of the third coming up.
Top of the third, bottom third of the order as Crucis grounds out and Q strikes out. That'll bring up Bergamot Lemon. 2 outs, nobody on. A grounder to second, and through 3, Glenn Davies has faced the minimum. Still allowed a hit, but a double play has kept that 27 batter hope alive.
Heading into the third, we got Ezra Oatmeal, the DH. Quick grounder back to the pitcher, and Oatmeal's going to beat it out. An infield single for Oatmeal. Trevor Knight grounds to third, over to first for the ground out. It will advance the runner, though, into scoring position. Chovy grounds that to second. Runner advances to third, 90 feet from the plate now. Pork chop sandwiches, though, will fly out to right to end the inning. And the Sloths will not be able to add to their 1-0 lead. We head to the top of the fourth now.
Top of the fourth, top of the order, Luka Dordovic against Glenn Davies, and he will fly out to the warning track, or just a couple of feet shy of it. Chipper Slokening will ground out to second as Pork Chop Sandwiches scoops that one up. And strike three on Will Love is called. Still minimum batters faced for Glenn Davies through 4 innings.
Bobby McDonald Jr., the left fielder. High fly ball in center, but it will be caught by Krustis. Jimenez. Fly ball deep to left field. That one's gone! 407 feet on the solo shot by Chris Jimenez. Will put the Sloths into a 2-0 lead with one swing of the bat. Theophilus Sweetout, the catcher. Liner right over the head of Krustis. Sweetout's going to make it to second with a double. Now with 1 out and a runner in scoring position, here's Eschliman. But I don't know what happened there. But Eschliman will get on board with a single. That's an RBI. And the error on Slokening will cause Eschliman to advance to second. Sneck with a fly ball into center field. Caught easily by Krustis. Runner on second with 2 outs for Oatmeal. That's going to be a base hit. Sloths are going to extend their lead once again. RBI single for Ezra Oatmeal, and San Antonio now up 4-0. It was actually a fairly close play at the plate, but the runner did beat it out. Off for second is Oatmeal, safe, as Trevin Knight steps into the box. Grounder sharply down the line to third, over to first, and finally the out is made for out number 3. 4-0 now Sloths, as they put up a 3 spot in the bottom of the 4th. Top of the 5th coming up.
Sloths cooking with gas. Crabs seemingly not cooking at all. A pop out to second and a ground out to third, and then a pop out to right means Glenn Davies is still kicking, facing minimum batters so far.
Now it's going to be Anchovy, Pork Chop Sandwiches, and Bobby McDonald due up for the Sloths. Anchovy with a fly out to center. Sandwiches grounds that to short over to first for out number 2, and Bobby McDonald Jr., the left fielder, 357 in the playoffs. Deep fly ball to left, almost made it out of the park, but just shy of the track. Will be caught by Slokening. 1-2-3 go to the Sloths. They still remain in front 4-0. Crabs need to start scoring some runs here, though, in the top of the 6th.
We go from the only on fire batter to the only on ice batter. That'll be a ground out, tossed to the pitcher. A pop fly tracked down by the first baseman, had to go a ways for that one. And Bergamot Lemon is on first. Looks like the minimum batter's face dream is dead. But still no damage done by the Providence Crabs. San Antonio holds on to its 4-0 lead as we head to the bottom of the 6th.
Only 1 hit through 6 innings so far for the Crabs. They need to start getting some hits and getting some runs quickly if they want to advance to the World Series here. Jimenez with a fly out, Sweetout with a strikeout. Now it's going to be Eschliman against Noah Nola. Seattle Sea Serpents waiting in the wings for the winner of this game. Eschliman will ground out to end the inning. Still 4-0 San Antonio as we head to the top of the 7th.
Kipper Slokening is going to start things off for the Providence Crabs. He's going to take another walk. The second issued by Glenn Davies so far this game. Strike 3 looking to Will Love. That'll bring up Julio Ruiz. And a successful stolen base attempt by Chipper Slokening puts him in scoring position. Strike 3, however, is issued to Julio. That'll be 2 outs, bringing up Dustin Johnson, runner in scoring position. He will hit a grounder to short, flips it over to first. No damage done once again. 7 consecutive scoreless innings for the Crabs as we head through the 7th inning stretch. Still 4-0.
New pitcher for Providence is Michael Dion. Immediately enters the game and gets Sneaky Sneck to strike out swinging on the fastball. Ezra Oatmeal will go down on strikes as well. 2 strikeouts now recorded for Dion. Trevin Knight, the center fielder, due up. And that's going to be the strike out of the side. Trevin Knight goes down on the strikeout. He's 0 for 4 on the day. Sloths still have the lead, though, 4-0 as we head to the top of the 8th.
Check swing walk with San Antonio now on the bump for the Sloths. And Cruces will take a walk as well. Jose 43 Sr. and Cruces both on the bags. First and second, no outs. JQ is going to pop one to left field. Runners thought about going, but they thought better of it. That'll bring up Bergamot Lemon, who strikes out. That'll send us to the top of the order. Kudordovich with runners on first and second. And he will back away. Ump says it was in. That is strike three. Looking. Two runners stranded, heading to the bottom of the eighth. Still 4-0.
That's really going to put the pressure on the Crabs. They got to get 4 runs at least in the top of the ninth just to tie it. Anchovy will strike out. Now it's going to be pork chop sandwiches. Strike three. It's Michael Dion with his 5th strikeout of the game. He's faced 5 batters, struck out all of them. Bobby McDonald Jr. will make contact though, but it will be a ground out. So Dion with 6 straight batters retired. We'll put the Crabs defense in a good position. But top of the ninth, here we go.
3 outs, 4 runs. Make that 2 outs, 4 runs. We'll see if Providence can get out of the pot, so to speak. And the strikeout for Will Love leaves Julio Ruiz as the last man standing. A fly out to center field, and that is caught. That seals the game. That seals the series. San Antonio wins this game 4-0 to win the series 4-3. They went the distance and then closed it in very authoritative fashion. 4-0 shutout for the Sloths. Only 1 hit given up by San Antonio. That was Luka Dordovich. Outside of that, there were 4 walks. Over on San Antonio's side of things, they didn't even have all that much offense. They just didn't need much with how good their pitching and defense was. Only 1 multi-hit performance on the day. Ezra Oatmeal going 2 for 3. Glenn Davies picks up the win. 6.2 innings of nearly shutout, perfect ball. 1 hit and 2 walks, however, do smudge his report card a little bit. San Antonio comes in for no decision to end the game. Dasani Voss is going to pick up the loss. 3.2 innings, 4 earned runs. And then Nola and Dion will pick up the last 4.1 innings, but it wasn't enough despite giving up no more runs. Glenn Davies and that terrific start is going to be our player of the game, and let's go take a look at who the player of the series was.
It's going to be Bobby McDonald Jr. going 11 for 27 on the series with 3 home runs and 9 RBI, average of 407, OBP of 469, and slugging percentage of 852. So congratulations to Bobby McDonald Jr. for series MVP, and congrats to the San Antonio Sloths for making it to the World Series. The stage is set for Saturday. San Antonio Sloths versus the Seattle Sea Serpents in the majors. And in the minors, we will have the Kansas City Hepcats against the California Firehawks. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that this is the first meeting of the Sloths and the Sea Serpents in the World Series. Let's see if the minor, I don't quite have the history for that.
There's almost assuredly no way that it's the first meetup.
Yeah, probably not.
They've both been around a long time. They've both been good a long time, and there's also just not as many teams.
Yeah,
I'm sure that they've butted heads in the World Series before.
And what's interesting is the California Firehawks are actually looking for their 4th straight World Series win. They will be looking to do what no other team in the minors has done and win 4 straight World Series. So that will be a really interesting series to watch. Be sure to tune in for both World Series streams on Saturday. But that's going to do it for us today. All we have left is the sim file upload, as well as the Ask the Booth section, where you guys can ask us some questions while the sim file uploads, and while we wait on that. Can I hit OK on that? But real quick, I do want to thank the mod team for all the work that they've been doing during the stream, as well as the stat team for providing us all those stats that we were able to read off during the pre-games. And thank you to Blowpop for co-hosting for the first time in how long? We don't even know, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I was saying to you before the stream started, I don't know if I had done it in 2022 until today. I maybe did, but I'm very confident I did not in like the spring. So this was the first time in a long time, and it was fun to get back to it. Thanks for the invite. I mean, and AJ has invited me plenty of times. I just by happenstance have had conflicts for the last like 6 invites he's given me. So it was nice to get back in the booth.
I'm trying to get you to the to cast again for a while because I do enjoy casting with you. Um, but yeah, it's been a while. Glad that we could finally get you back in the booth for a semifinal stream. A long one at that. My voice is starting to go. It actually was starting to go like during the second or third streamed game, which is not good.
Yeah, we are, however, looking at sub 4 hours. So, that's um optimized, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, we'll see.
It might be worth considering in the future, maybe instead of Thursday having the semis for both minors and majors, maybe we further split the schedule and have like Wednesday minors and then Thursday majors or something.
That's
I
an
don't know how.
interesting idea. I don't know if it would work to. That would be an Enoch question, probably.
Yeah, and I mean, it might just be like a limitation in the game where the game wouldn't let us have the playoff brackets that staggered. It would
Yeah,
look really weird in the schedule for either one of them. Poe says big file issues not particularly doable.
gotcha. I
Who
kind of
knows?
figured as much.
Maybe for 23 or something. I don't know.
We'll see
Unless
if
23 is even more congested.
23 is even worse. So we can't even do two separate World Series streams.
And then Juosis says, "How about not doing semifinals so that don't have to stay up till 5 on Thursday?" Well, you know what, Josu? The easy solution there is just tank your team and never make the playoffs. That's the 5D chess play. Is just brick your team so you can go to bed earlier.
Galaxy brain. Are anchovies a pizza topping or an abomination? Says Scud.
I don't think I've ever. I think I've only had like one anchovy on its own just to
Mm-hmm.
like try it, and it was like I don't see how that goes on a pizza. I also don't know what it would go in at all. It's like, and I don't know if it was the fish or like the preservatives or something that it was in, but it was just like I think it was just like grossly salty.
I think that's just like the fish in general. Like anchovies, on a whole, are a very salty fish. And like, I have tried it on pizza because I was curious. And I tried like one just normally, and I'm like, this is really salty, and you shouldn't just try anchovies just straight up. And then I
Yeah.
tried it on the pizza, and I'm like, okay, this is kind of like drowning in almost like sea flavor, if you know what I mean, like that kind of seawater taste. And I
Yeah, and I
was
mean
like,
like
I can't do
an,
this.
an A6 just said that at Domino's that they would have to like wash the pizza cutter because the pizza like the taste of the next pizza would be corrupted by anchovy.
That's that's
Also, at
pretty
the same
funny.
time, I'm kind of surprised that you don't just like wash the pizza cutter by default.
Yeah,
Not that that's like a big problem. It's just I'm sure they do if someone says like they have allergies or whatever, then they'll get like a fresh cut. Also, Poe, I think there's a decent chance that we get one soonish because Dr. K is in the process of getting a new job soon-ish. So he's gonna have like I think 3 weeks where he's not working. So I'll maybe try to get us another episode in there at some point.
congrats DG. He says it took me 8 tries, but he's finally won a semifinals. DG headed to the World Series. Does this mean this is your first World Series now, DG? I'm guessing
Well,
that's because
no, because he was the co. It was
well, I mean as a player.
as a player. I don't know. I mean, he was the co with LGM in the
Yeah,
year that I was on the Dillos that we won, and that year
first
I
major first major semis.
sucked.
First major semis. He clarified.
Gotcha.
So this is your first Majors World Series that you're competing in. That's pretty cool. That's awesome. Congrats for you. You deserve it. I was kind of shocked that the 8 playoff streak Vandals never made it to the World Series, but
Really?
I think a lot of people were shocked by that. Yeah, the era of like the Toby McMuffin, Brent Lemieux, Blue Line, Colby Kidd, Herb Sessions, Zach Lodge, that kind of era of Vandals. They went to the playoffs like 8 straight times, and they lost a lot of the I think they might have lost the semifinals 8 straight times. I don't know if that's true. They lost the semifinals a lot, and there was lot of talk about there being a semifinals curse, especially since LBG streamed a lot of those semifinals and was on the Vandals team with
Yeah.
Chris King. Um,
Wasn't it like LB like both minors and majors put together? It was like LBG had like 16 consecutive lose in the semis or something like that.
it's something like that. I I don't know.
I just imagine someone as like pleasant and level-headed as LBG, just like and whoever it was, I don't know. Like the Sloths advanced past the Vancouver Vandals to reach the World Series, and on the inside, he's just like, "What the hell is this?"
Okay, DG confirmed 8 playoffs, 8 semis losses.
That's
So
brutal.
8 straight semifinal losses. Oh, that hurts, especially knowing that that team was also like one of the top teams in the league. It's not like they were just like scraping by to get to the playoffs for those
Right.
8 straight times, like wild card berths each time. No, they were like one of the top teams in the league at that time.
Is that better or worse than getting bounced first round immediately, 8 consecutive
Uh,
times?
I
And
why
is that better or worse than losing in the World Series 8 consecutive times?
I think at the 8th time, no matter where you're losing, it's starting to feel like a curse. I think like as it progressively gets uh, as you progressively get more and more losses, it just hurts more and more. Um, New Strange,
After like 5, I just wouldn't watch.
yeah, it's yeah. New PB, new. I'm guessing you mean bigger strange topic, Scud, not Stranger Things. But the semis curse that'd be a potential interesting one. I I'd want to interview some vandals about it to get more information, but I also don't think that they'd want to talk about it too much. Like DG probably would I assume DG would talk about it because DG, yeah, because it's DG. But I think some of the vandals are still kind of salty about that. Like understandably salty, I would say. Genuinely happy when we missed the playoffs that ninth season because it meant we wouldn't lose in the semis. Oh no. Okay, so I'm looking at the Vandals, that 8 playoff run. They came in second for the first two. So it was a playoff wild card berth for them the first 2 seasons. They were 13 back and 10 back. Then they were first in the league, going 69 and 31.
Nice.
Nice. Then they were second in the league, but also no games back. So maybe they did they tie that season? Hold on. Let me see. It says second place, but it also says 0 games back. 2032. 2032. Yeah, they tied for first with the Death Valley Scorpions, and then lost in the semis to Providence. And that was a 65 win season where they tied for first. Then they were 1 game back in second at 63 and 37. So all these are in kind of the 60s range. This is all like fairly good. Then they had an absolutely dominant season of 80 and 28, which is just ridiculous. 741 winning percentage, and they still lost in the semis. And then 2035, they were 4 games back, uh, going 77 wins. Wait, really? Hold on, 4 games back with 77 wins. Who was first in that? Okay, hold on. 70s. That was 2035. Oh
I
my
mean,
gosh,
I'm
they.
pretty sure we've had a couple of instances like that in the last couple of years between, like I think Cancun had a 70 something win series or 70 something win season, and we were third in the division
Yeah,
because our
that's a tough
division
division.
is brutal.
Yeah, it's a real tough one. Looks like Death Valley was 81 and 27, and we were 4 games back at 77 and 31. Um, Bounced in the semifinals again, and then we were 13 games back in third place. So that one's kind of a step back, and that's kind of understandable. But like the 80 win season and the 77 win season, I bet were absolutely like brutal, especially considering the team ERA during that 2034, that 80 win season, 2.84 team ERA.
Hmm.
Second lowest in Vandals team history after season 3. Let's see who was the pitchers for that. We had starting pitchers. Um,
Must have included you, right?
no, I was not around at that time. Starting pitchers: Haley McConnell. Oh, that was Haley's pop-off season. That was what
Wait,
that
when
was.
did you say this was?
This was 2034. So this would have been season 20.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty bad, and I think Gold mentioned it as well. Like, there's definitely an easy equation of just like X minus and then a number, whatever. But like when someone says the year of the league,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it means.
Oh, this was season
And
season 18.
okay, okay, yeah, so
So yeah,
a
season
couple years before you.
18. It had starting pitchers Haley McConnell, Brent Lemieux, Blue Line, and Colby Kidd, who isn't a name that I think of when I think of starting pitchers, because he's just been such a dominant reliever for the Vandals for so long. Um, and then in the bullpen, you had 5 relievers. You had Austin Bentley, Hummuscad, Corey's brother.
Mhm.
Uh, I don't know the user behind that one. Champ McQuack, Justin Ripsbod, aka Shorax, Hall of Famer, and then Grzigorz Zirzik. A lot of Z's in that name. I think
Ripspot was one of
is
the
that
first
Bobo?
pitcher names that I like got to know, or was like started to recognize. I guess is a better way to say it.
Oh, really? Ripspod was?
I think so. There was the first year that I was in. I think was the year that um like I joined mid season and then I saw the Rougarous win their championship, and then I think like almost immediately after that might have been like back to backs for the Aviators or something.
Mm-hmm.
So like that name is one of the earlier ones that I can remember remembering.
Gotcha. I think for me the pitcher that one of the first pitcher names that I really recognized, and he knows this too, is J.A. Jabs. Because I was
Ah,
drafted to the Florida Space Rangers, and at the time J.A. Jabs was their ace, so he was like the pitcher that I was looking at as like this is who I want my pitcher to be.
as of now, excluding my cousin, Jabs is the only PBE person that I've met in real life.
Really?
hmm I went to Wisconsin for a wedding in early mid June, and went to Milwaukee, saw Brewer Stadium, told him I was going to be in town, and met
Well,
up for like 2 hours.
now you're just doxing Jabs. I mean,
Yeah, I'm sure Brew City was an enigma that nobody could figure out.
to be fair, I don't live in Vancouver, and I GM
No, but
there for a
you
while.
but you but you didn't make the team.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, upload is just about finished. I mean, it's finished on the OOTP end. I'm just
Mute.
doing some of the back end stuff. Should be good? Question mark?
And because I saw
Yes, we are good.
just now the teams that are making it to the World Series, I will actually be able to get the World Series casino stuff out right away.
Nice.
So
Alright, let
that'll
me
be
just.
done in like 10 minutes or something.
Alright, index is updated. It has been published, and we are done. Thank you everyone for sticking around and watching. Once again, be sure to tune in to both of these Saturday streams, both of the World Series streams for both the minors and the majors. More details on when on Saturday those are to follow, but those will be posted in game day, so keep an eye on that channel. And thank you once again for sticking around, and thank you once again to my co-host Blowpop for
Yeah, thanks for the invite.
yeah, it was a long one, but we made it.
File upload just barely pushed us over 4 hours.
Yeah, sad days.
Curse you, OTP. You fickle, vile thing.
It is very fickle. But have a good night, everyone. Go get some sleep. I know I am. Bye.
Goodbye.